Hey, welcome back. It's the Hotel Orloff. We're having a gigantic, colossal party here Saturday night, April 20th, 2024. Um, People in the chat. Kimberly Vespa says hello, and Gotham City Comics. Man, I can't. I'm, I'm
I
looking
can.
on a tiny phone. I think
Okay.
that's an eyeball.
But look, listen.
That
You
means-
could see right here,
Oh,
and I have a dark background.
yeah, but I got it.
What the?
And then it says, Cleo, this is Cleo, by the way, my wife. It says, hello, Kim and Kevin. And then she says, I'm running upstairs to get a lighter.
I hope your guests don't mind my rabies. I'm no chill, man. I'm kind of aggro.
This is the address for you to come on the show. And Gotham City Comics has flame. I guess that's because you said you need to get a lighter. That's to light the candles, the 59 candles.
For our Tyrone Bigham.
And then Gotham City Comics, I think, are those praying hands?
No, it's a candle. You could see
candle.
Again, you can see
and
right
then
here.
A larger flame from Kimberly Vespa. Yeah, but I look over here, then I have to click on these comments here.
Oh, you have to click.
Gotham City Comics, is that a heart? Is that a blowing? Oh, is that a blowing face and a candle cake?
It's like a little guy with a party streamer and a party hat after a cake.
I can't see anything.
I'll
Kimberly Vespa says, happy birthday. And then it looks like a fork and a burrito and an iron.
You're totally
and a present
blind.
and a heart and a poodle.
No.
What is it?
It's some kind of weird party hat, party favor thing, a cake, a present, a balloon.
A balloon. I thought it was a heart.
And some more weird Asian party things I don't comprehend.
And then Cleo says, got it. I guess that's the lighter. And Kimberly Vespa says, good to see you.
Good to see you too. I hope you pop on if you're not too shy.
Yeah,
I look horrible, but I'm here.
I've got the phone. This is an iPhone that's broken, and it's on a tripod that's also broken. That was a gift from Captain Strangeliffe that served me for at least a year or so. But it's still, kind of working. So we're on the 4th rung of a ladder, a step ladder, and then
I can't see without these things on.
And then I'm moving the ladder. That's how professional networks like the Gratu Orloff Inspirational Network here, WWTD TV Channel 47 in Rural Retreat, Virginia. That's how we do it here. And then I have to reach way over to hit the comments.
You should tell them the truth about where we really live. We live in
Rural Retreat, Virginia.
We live in Fucktardia.
No, it's Rural Retreat, Virginia. Rural Retreat, Virginia. Meyer Greenblatt says, happy birthday. Great to see you, Cleo.
Oh, thank you.
And
hopefully we'll see you again.
Yes. So we have some form of cake that's not actually cake that we're going to eat. It's cheesecake with cake top.
It's like a hybrid. I don't even know yet.
There's some famous company that's been making cheesecake since 1692 in New York, and she orders the cheesecake there for, what is it called?
Junior, 1692, huh?
Juniors, yeah. So anyway, they come all the way across the country, and they're really good. And you've gotten them as presents for your mom and sister, haven't you?
And my brother.
And your brother.
And we tried one once, but we hated the one we got.
Why did we order again?
Because I think that I made a bad choice. I think this one's going to be
So we've never had a good one?
No.
We've just heard other people say they liked it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so this may be a horrible experiment, but we'll find. You guys look fine with your setup. Yeah, it fools you, doesn't it? Well, amazing. So, you haven't probably appeared in a couple of years on the show. I don't know. You came on like in the middle of the night on an England teen.
But that wasn't on here. But like
that wasn't on this channel.
No. One time Nick and Sydney were on, and I came down and I just came on.
Oh yeah.
And I looked worse than today, but I wanted to see them anyway.
Wow. Oh, we got what was. Oh, Dr. Five says hello. Great to see you both. Yes, Greta. It's about time you came on the show.
Well, now that I've started watching it again, I had gotten all like crazy and stopped watching it.
Greta, Cleo, Colty, those are all pseudonyms because she's wanted by the FBI in 57 states. All 57 states that Barack Obama visited when he was running. Remember the 57 states? This is the dog that you can't see. You can see its nose. Like
I don't think
there.
you can even see her nose.
Well, she's gone now. It doesn't matter.
No, she's still down here.
Um,
I'm getting addicted to the show because the show is so good, which is why I try not to watch it because then it's hard to get other stuff.
Well, the problem today is she wanted to get a bunch of stuff done and do research, and then she got watching the stream and there was some fascinating, not me, but fascinating stories that Paulo and Dr. Fives and Meyer. What? I didn't tell any stories, did I?
But you're always funny.
I don't know. That's debatable.
Nah. Okay, not always, but enough.
So anyway, the dog is looking at me, wagging her tail, licking her lips. Maybe I need to feed her. So does anyone want to come on? Probably not. Because I had like a stream that lasted for 10 hours. You can ask her questions. She doesn't appear that often. I'm trying to get her to come on in every broadcast as an off-screen voice or on-screen, because I'll kind of show you. Let me feed the dog and then I'll show you kind of the idea. Also, I wanted to play board games on this table. I don't know exactly logistically how to do that because I have to reach over and I can't read the comments till I get like this. And now if I was able to do this on a larger computer screen.
I have an iPad.
Yeah, that could be if we could get this account, this StreamYard account on your iPad.
Why
that
not?
would actually be visible.
Why not?
Well, I don't know the password. I don't remember.
I do.
Charlton. That Charlton couldn't come on earlier. He was working at his job. If you feel like it, come on. I'm eager to know what you found. It looked like they had every not brand Eck. He works at a comic store, and he was sending me pictures on Instagram of the new the Silver Age comics that they just got in. And
Friar Tuck says I'd come on, but watching Planet of the Apes movie. What's the difference?
The acquisitions of Dr. Five says Gratu is hilarious. Friar Tuck, I'd come in watching Planet of the Apes movie.
Drew is
the new Planet of the Apes movie out? The new communist movie? I say that because hold on. I assume that they're depicting the apes as commies. Come here.
I wish I could get Drew on the screen, but
this free comic book day book that's going to be out in a few weeks certainly depicts the apes as commies, or maybe they're making some statement.
Hey, Momo.
But I don't know. So there's a new movie called Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Maybe that's in theaters. We get movies a few weeks late here, so maybe he's in the lobby or in his seat waiting to watch the movie. And it might be okay. It looks like it doesn't look horrible, but it's not. To me, they ought to call it something else because it's not really Planet of the Apes. I gotta feed the dog.
Friar Tuck said on Lord Blood Raw. Does that mean something to you?
Oh, Lord Blood Raw. He keeps trying to get me to watch this. Well, they can't hear me over here.
Maybe they can. Can you guys hear him? And then Missing Mars said, this is battle for Planet of the Apes. Because I said, watch us. What's the difference?
Hold on. What about Battle for the Planet of the Apes?
I guess that's the movie they're watching. He said, this is Battle for Planet of the Apes. Because I had said, why watch Planet of the Apes? Watch us. What's the difference?
Yeah, Lord Blood Raw is a horror host online, I think, that he tells me I need to watch. I still haven't watched him.
Okay, well,
but Battle for the Planet of the Apes is the last of the Planet of the Apes movies from like 1973. They must be showing it on there and making little jokes in between.
It says something. It says battle as Mars said. Yeah. Okay. Well, now he like really left the room. Hey, where are you?
Right here.
Oh, he's still here. I thought you went to like the basement. I was like,
No,
what?
I got dog food juice on my hands.
Gross.
So I was
That's
wanting
always
to.
nice.
Okay.
You should have licked it
Man,
on
I need
camera.
glasses. What are people saying?
Why did I go get your glasses? I saw
It won't
them.
matter. I mean, they're for distance, close. Come on, but watching Planet of the Apes on Lord Blood Raw. Is he a mummy? Why is he called
Maybe he's a
Missing
mummy.
Mars? This is Battle for the Planet of the Apes. Battle on Mars. What? Oh, battle as Mars said.
Mm-hmm.
Missing Mars. Yup. Fartek says we can hear him. 1973. Yeah.
Okay, so when you were way
Now
over
we
there,
can't hear. Now we can't hear him.
Oh.
Feeding the. I assume that's a dog.
Yeah, it's a
Charlton
dog.
66. How has your birthday been? I hope it was a fun day for you. Well,
I think mostly good with a dip, and now we're okay again.
Well, I basically woke up and moved a jukebox up 2 floors,
Ooh.
and then, but with an elevator.
But still.
I was doing stuff that I can't remember what it was. I moved a couple of arcade games, and then I've been. You can see the whole day, Charlton. I started streaming. I talked to a bunch of friends. I drove and got. She wants candles on top of the cake, so I went and get the candles.
Because that's retarded.
And then I got in trouble because I went and got the candles because you don't get your own candles. She wanted to get the candles, and I figured Dollar General they're going to have one kind of candle, but they actually had 2 choices, and I got the bigger candles, but she didn't like that. And then I was on for a long time, and I guess she was fascinated by it.
I stole this shirt from him because nothing fits me, and this one was big enough.
Yeah, those Walmart shirts are. Yeah, I think I got to wear it once. I don't know. Do you even like that movie?
I lived that movie before. It's all right.
So
very realistic.
I'm not saluting you. I'm trying to read. Cool T-shirt. Oh, that's why the T-shirt came up. It says cool T-shirt, Cleo. Oh, people are trying to get in, and there's someone trying to talk to me. Private. See, whenever you got to point. I can't see. Whenever there's a red dot there, you got to point it out to me. That means someone's trying to get in, and they're so desperate because I notice when that red dot appears, they're telling me in the private chat, "Hey, I'm backstage," and okay. So I click on it, and it's it's Meyer.
Blind man.
It's all right. Add to stage.
Then
I click over here. All right. So hey,
hello.
Meyer. Now, do I have the sound turned up?
Ooh.
I don't think.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, but wait. Oh, what did I just do? Ooh. Oh, it's over here. Okay, say something, Meyer.
Hello, happy birthday.
Okay, cool.
Okay, good. We can hear you.
We can hear. It's just the sound on this worthless piece of excrement. This iPhone is very low. So yeah, cool. What's up? It's long. I haven't seen you in a long time. What, 2 hours?
That wasn't. Yeah, it's been a whole 2 hours. I had dinner. That was an epic birthday stream today. I think you just recapped. You talked to a bunch of friends, and then there was really great stuff, man. Your father's jump log was amazing. All of your art was amazing. There was funny stories and sad stories, and everywhere in between. It was a great one. How was your guys?
It's worth watching.
You guys have dinner?
We didn't show a lot of comic books, but I'm trying to get away from just holding comic books up and pulling them down. And when I do show comics, I want to make it meaningful, where I really talk to you about why that comic's important to me and what's inside. And I may do some of that with her here in a minute. But Eric Breen can't, if he wants to get on, I don't know. I think we might be on against the Geeky Puppet Show. It looked like they had 2 different Batman and the Outsiders comics they were reading tonight. So Eric, I don't know if they're done or if it's right in between two broadcasts, but Eric, if someone knows how to send him the link to get in on Twitter, can you do that on your phone? Can you?
Here's the problem. Cool. Yes, but he never gets my messages.
Maybe he has you blocked.
Because no.
Okay, let me model what my plan is.
All right. Okay. I'm going to copy your link and I'm going to send it to Eric, but.
Okay. We clean this table, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to.
Ooh, I can't copy the link, it seems like.
Okay. So
that's a problem.
She doesn't know much about comics. So I'm going to. The whole idea is. Do you remember those? What was it?
I like the Hulk though. Oh no! I'm entering the studio. I got to stop that.
No, it's all right. You come on. Man, my mind's going blank. Jim Rockford. What's his name in real life?
Who are you talking about?
Jim Garner.
Maverick.
Oh. Maverick.
Jim Garner.
He's helping
James
me.
Garner.
Listen.
James Garner. See,
James Garner.
Totally gone, man. He used to do these commercials. Was it for Polaroid with a woman that was not his wife, but on the commercial it's supposed to be his wife? And they were always
Harriet Hartley.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And you have no idea of this. I'll have to show them to you there because she was born in 1978, so she doesn't. Anyway, they had this dynamic. I think she was mainly insulting him most of the time, but it was real nice.
Get ready.
But what I want to do is like do tutorials. I'm going to give myself full screen for a minute. Where is solo?
I don't know if I'm going to be a good student.
Okay. So I've talked about this comic a lot. When I was in, this would have been 4th grade.
I like how it says die.
Well, hold on. They haven't even seen it yet. When I was in 4th grade, 3rd, 4th grade, and all through, whenever I was sick, which wasn't that often, and home from school, my mom would go out and buy a few comics and bring them home to me to read. And she had pretty good, she just bought them blindly. Maybe she thought, oh, there's monsters on the cover. He'd like that. She bought Man-Thing #1, the original Man-Thing series, but she bought this comic, Hulk 180. I have it upstairs. This is not that copy. It's called, this is a fake comic. It's a facsimile. It's the new thing they're doing.
No wonder it looks so good.
Well, my original copy looks about like this, but the way you tell, see, it says $3.99, so it's $4. Originally, I think this was 25 cents. Yeah, it was after the 20-cent era. It would have said 25 cents. This is a really valuable comic because it's the first time Wolverine ever appeared in a comic before he joined the X-Men. And there's debate about it. I'll show you.
Okay.
Because when and if I croak, I may not croak because maybe I'm part vampire.
I don't like what it says anymore.
Well, hold on. Okay, so there's this issue that comes, and maybe I'm educating someone out there. I doubt it. But this issue is the next one.
It's just me.
This is also a facsimile. This one is worth if this was real, it's a facsimile. It says $3.99, and it has the stupid barcode, which didn't exist in 1970. Was it 74 or 75? Probably 74. This would have been a quarter up there. But
Friar Tuck wants to know, so what floor did you move the jukebox to?
Oh man.
We got level 1, 2, 3, and 4. The basement is level 1.
I took a jukebox from the basement and I moved it up to the
level 3?
It depends on how you technically we're on the first floor. This would be considered the first floor as a basement. Then there's a second floor, and then there's an attic, which is finished. So that would be, but the way they have it marked on the elevator, they have the basement is floor 1. And so I moved it from the basement to floor 3, which is where I have all the comics and things. Anyway, it's a mid '60s Seaberg jukebox with with a black light, and it says discotheque. And you see Patrick McGowan walk past it in the very last episode of The Prisoner, which she's only seen the first few episodes of The Prisoner, so I don't want to talk too much about the last episode because we're in the middle. We took a couple of months break. Maybe we need to get back to The Prisoner. So
I think it's more than a couple of months.
I know, but it sounds probably a year. And we're in the middle of watching. I'm trying to get her to watch all through the Dark Shadows series, and we got.
That's been years.
We'll get back to it.
Well, we made it to where they were in color, and what's that blonde tart's name? The one that's a witch.
Angelique.
Yeah. We got to where there's like this painting of her, and they all had gone to the past, and they had just come back from the, I think, like 1700s, and they're back in the 60s.
Yeah. So we'll get back to it. But anyway, my point is, don't start talking about the last episode of The Prisoner. But anyway, so what they do with these facsimiles is they reprint them, including the original ads, which is really neat because, okay, let me show you. He's fighting this abominable snowman character called the Wendigo. And on the last page, Wolverine appears, and it's a full body shot. He's running at you, and it says, "Better be here next time, Marvelite, since the Wolverine strikes but once." So this used to be considered the first appearance of the Wolverine. The only thing, it's a good facsimile. The pages are a little too glossy. That's another giveaway that there's too much. Oh, well, what did they? You know what? They stretched out the cover. I think they added space down. I don't know what they did, but there wasn't that much space above the Marvel Comics group cigar band or whatever in the original. Okay, so you would consider that the first appearance, but this comic, what would this be worth about the real one, not this one? Probably $600-700 or more. I don't know. Whereas this one is probably worth what, 6,000 or more, probably more. But this is the first appearance, but his second appearance is worth more because the people that buy these comics and just put them in plastic slabs and hang them on the wall, this one has Wolverine on the cover and has his name really. See, she's yawning already.
No, it's that drink. I'm sorry.
She had, what was it called? Some kind of.
I had some kind of peach blended margarita, but I wasn't convinced that that's what I was having. I was like, I think they made a mistake and gave me a daiquiri.
So these were presents here that I got earlier today. So this one I've never had because I wasn't homesick the month this came out. What are you saying? Oh no, what's the matter? We had war or something?
They said that Angelique lady died a few months ago.
Yeah, she did die a few months ago, yeah.
Bo is trying to come on, but he says his connection sucks.
Oh. Always love this ad, the monster size monsters. Anyway, this one's worth a lot more, but I don't have the real one, so I have to. It
doesn't make sense. The other one should be worth more.
Yeah, well, the way that they say now is that's a cameo, and this is a full appearance where he's in the comic throughout fighting the Hulk. So, it's anyway, people that have this issue want to say it's the first appearance, but someone like me that only has this one want to say it's the first appearance. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
I like this comment. He thought he was drinking water on his cruise, but was vodka.
Oh, let me see what's going on in the chat here. Oh, there's a lot of stuff I missed.
Kimberly asked
happy
if
birthday,
sorry.
Eric Breen says, happy birthday, Gratu. Friar Tuck says, what floor? Yeah, I moved to the third floor. Does it still work? I hope so. I was real excited. I almost shouted out while Meyer was was talking, and I was off camera. I found a quarter, and I was so excited because that meant I could make the jukebox work because I don't have any other quarters. Hey, Gratu says, I love Disney and comics. I saw you on something. What was it? What must have been night? I must have been watching Night Tiger. You were on some show just like last night or 2 nights ago. Did you guys watch the English yet?
What is that? What is the English, Kimberly?
I don't know.
Is it about Amish people? They ride around here.
Yeah, Dark Shadows. That's 100,000 plus episodes. Yeah. Blonde tart equals excellent term.
Cause that's what I called Angelique.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I love Disney and comics. Love Dark Shadows. Laura Parker, Angelique just passed away a few months ago, says Fireball. Hey guys, happy birthday, Gretchen. I'm trying to get on, but my connection's sucking.
Yeah.
I'll keep trying. Higgy thought he was drinking water on his cruise, but was vodka. Yeah, I saw a little of that. Oh, someone is trying to get on, or is that that's just showing that there's one person.
Are
Myers
you sure?
here.
Where it says the guests?
No, do you see, because it says one, and that's
Myers. More.
That's Meyer trying to tell us, hey, look, I'm backstage, and I haven't cleared it. Kimberly says on Amazon. He was
on with us.
He is, but I gave myself full screen so I could show those comics. Charlton 66. I say it's 180 as his first appearance. It just makes sense, but it doesn't look as good on a wall for the people that only look at covers. Kimberly says series and actor looks a little bit like your hubby.
Then I gotta watch it.
Okay, so anyway, that's I kind of wanted to just show comics and have her ask questions and things like that. But that was my idea of, instead of me showing, if I'm showing comics, I kind of like to, anyway, yeah, these facsimiles are a little off because you notice that this is another facsimile. There's just too much space at the top, so it makes it immediately identifiable. And the fact that it's got the modern horrible Marvel logo and the DC facsimiles put this on the back, and they look, and the paper inside looks a little bit more like real comic paper and less like slick. Kimberly, okay, sorry about my low energy. Oh, speaking of,
I got all pissed off now. I'm all tapped out.
Yeah, well, I was all excited about watching the Trump rally, and then horrible boiling clouds appeared, and Trump came on over the loudspeaker from the plane that was overhead, and he said, they don't even want us to land. The storm's going to be really bad, and I'm going to ask all of you guys to disperse, and I'll come back soon to this very location. Anyway, Trump's been treated like shit all week at the trial. Then the judge says, you cannot leave. You cannot go see your son's high school graduation. What the heck? And all of this. And then yesterday, apparently, he told Trump, he said, sit down. Sit right, just like he's talking to a dog. And then, so he's kept off of the campaign trail. And then his first attempt to do a rally, suddenly clouds appear. But I don't think government can control weather, can they? No, that's just a conspiracy theory. Sir, even though we've heard about Dubai having floods because they've been seeding clouds, call me a nut, but I think they did that on purpose.
No.
Let's see, what is
people are openly saying, like, that's what they get for weather modification. Oh, now it's real, huh? How convenient.
Yeah. Well,
I always wanted to see what it was like to put this on.
Yeah, that's a real helmet. My father always had it in a closet in the middle of the house, and he said if there's ever a tornado, you put that on.
We have those.
And well, that was meant, for my mom and me. She always said so. That's got the little Colonel emblem on it. So I guess. Oh, well, so let's go back and get Meyer back on.
Yeah. How dare you?
He is now a mouse.
I'm still here. I'm just
Anyway, that was my plan, is to kind of do something where, but usually I'm filming at hours when she has kind of a different sleep schedule than me. So,
and an opposite work schedule, including days and hours.
Yeah. So, on Thursdays I come home from work and I can live stream until 11 when she's off, which is why I wanted to kind of start doing a show on Thursday nights. How many people are watching? What does that say?
26.
20. I swear that says 27.
It does now.
That's actually pretty good. I normally don't have that many people. Maybe it's because I'm doing it on a Saturday night. I'll get more shit and show
I
it.
could get used to this hat.
Yeah.
Cleo, do you know who Wolverine is?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know that there's this, about
I
the
saw
character.
all the movies. I mean, but I've never read comics about him.
So the character from the movies.
She says she always wanted to be into comics. You can tell the story better than me.
Yeah, it's sad, but I used to walk past comic book stores and I'd just be like, I don't have any money. I'll just keep going. I didn't the way that I looked when I was like a teenager, people like wanted to treat me like I had sticky fingers, and I was just like, fuck everybody. I'll hang out in the alley.
And so the way you looked was what, a punk rocker?
Yeah.
This is a comic I got today. Does it still say 1, or is there someone else waiting? I can't see, man.
I'll try to help you.
Oh, Eric's here.
Oh, cool.
Add to stage.
Hello.
Hey there.
Sorry.
How did you find your way?
Justin sent me a link again.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
Kimberly says, what does that say?
Loved Wolverine forever.
Oh, okay.
I can help you read from here.
Oh, yeah, thanks. When I was a kid, I bought a copy of Vault of Evil #1, the solo layout, but I've never had a copy of Vault of Evil #2 until today. This came out when I was in 3rd grade. See, 20 cents. Comics for 20 cents from.
That's what everything should cost.
Well, I'd say early 1972 till early 74. Is that right, Eric?
For what?
For 20-cent comics?
Oh, yeah.
25 cents.
December. Cover month, December 71 through sometime in 74.
Okay, December 71, essentially.
Well, because the month, remember they did the 25 centers for the 10-year anniversary? The next month they went to 20 cents.
Yeah. Yeah, it always seemed to me that DC thought Marvel was going to stay at 25 cents, but then they kind of tricked them. You see, the comics were 12 cents from the Kennedy era until the late 60s. Then they went up to 15 cents, and then they were going to raise the price, and then DC raised it up to 25 cents and put in extra pages, and then Marvel went up to 25 cents for like 1 month or something, and then went to 20 cents, and then DC stayed at 25 cents. And
because I think they'd already planned out. They'd already planned out X amount of months worth of material, and as soon as they burned those off, they went back to 20 cents.
Yeah. Well, anyway, what this is, Cleo, is these are reprints from the early 1950s. And
I'm wondering if it would have worked out with Ross Perot, what would have happened?
What do you mean?
He was always talking about how we were going to have like prices like the 1950s again if he was president.
Well,
yeah. What would happen?
I like that weird guy, man.
Well, they probably would have fought against him just like they fought against Trump.
Yeah.
But the reason they were in the early 70s, there are all these horror comics came out, and that was what I was fascinated by, and it was because see this. Do you know about this symbol?
Yeah, I do.
This comics code symbol came on. Well, this over here started in 1955, and
you're gonna bore them trying to.
I am, because it's probably not going to work, because it would work if women watched, but they don't, because I have like.
Forget about it.
I have
just do your thing.
Well, yeah, I kind of would like you to know about comics, but
okay, so call me some other time.
Yeah, it's I have a viewership that's 99% male, and I think Whip It Lass in England, and maybe there's one other woman watches.
There's one right now. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I guess you count as a viewer.
Not me, Dorcas Torcus. Kimberly.
Oh, Kimberly, yeah, but she's only on because you told her at dinner I was about to.
No, she pops on. She's been on your show before.
Yeah, but wasn't that like 3 years ago?
I
don't know. Let's see what's going on.
And once in a while, there's Sydney.
The clown, Sydney.
Yeah.
Okay, there was another Sydney
that's just.
Happy to do it, says Justin. The Bearded Mr. Breen, and Kimberly says Lobo, Daredevil, and Spawn were other favorites. I used to have the Death of Superman issue in the 90s. That the only thing I like is Daredevil. I didn't like Lobo, Spawn, or the Death of Superman. But see, that's how I could become an asshole. Is I love all these things. No, I hate them. Those are all things that just. Those are all. I don't know, Lobo.
She doesn't care, man. She's not,
Don't get breened with a beard. Kimberly, I had a box at my comic book shop. Yeah. The owner of mycomicshop.com it used to be called Lone Star Comics, and there's a legendary story about him. He got so sick of Lobo and DC Comics having adult themes in comics that were traditionally for 10-year-olds, like Superman. They introduced Lobo and he's a villain, and then they give him his own comic, and it's an R-rated comic, and he's thinking, well, kids are going to see Lobo in this kid's comic and then want this comic, and then I'm going to get in trouble as a retailer. And he came into the store. From the employees that were there, he says, I think he might have said some, the GD word, but I could be wrong. But he said, I'm so sick of DC. He put the DC comics in the back of the store. So Marvel was what you see, and then the DC were in the very back. He was worried that there was going to be another Senate subcommittee. Like
I don't think Lobo swore in the traditional sense. Do you remember the movie Johnny Dangerously?
Yeah.
Do you remember Maroney that called everybody bastages? Because he couldn't get the words right. So that's what Lobo was.
Yeah, I don't mean that Lobo swore. I meant that Buddy Saunders, the owner of Lone Star Comics, swore. And he was just so mad about it, because he had been selling comics since he was like a preteen and loved comics. And he didn't like that Lobo was he an RAPIST? And had like 100. There was a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah,
it was like I never read the comics. Some of the artwork looked good, the Simon Beasley art, but I mean, it wasn't really. It wasn't stuff for 10-year-olds, and that's what he was wanting.
No, the original idea for Lobo. He was basically a space mercenary introduced in Omega Men. Then he was in a few of those issues. And then he pops up in the Justice League storylines, but then he got a little bit of popularity. And if you remember the 90s, any character that had any popularity just got overused, whether it was Marvel, DC, and there were probably 30. It was like there was a Venom miniseries. For every Venom miniseries, Lobo or DC would say, I'll see your Venom and raid you a Lobo. Man, and they were just everywhere, and they ran both of those characters so far into the ground. I mean, it's weird. Venom survived. I mean, he still has a pretty good sized fan following. Lobo is dead. I mean, it's they're using him in the Superman storylines going on right now, and he's not nearly as obnoxious. But that character, I mean, because we've actually one of the subjects on one of our live streams one night was name a character that used to be huge and now is dead. Sort of like the equivalent of the Spin Doctors album. Remember how big that was? And then like 5 years later, they couldn't get arrested.
Yeah.
Lobo is the comic book equivalent of that, I think. Because I said, no, I mean, nobody cares about that character. And they even, I mean, they made it, they brought him back in New 52 as like an emo guy. Imagine that character going, oh. And then they gave him a gay daughter because it's DC, and of course they did. Nobody cares. So it's
yeah. Cleo, it's weird that I'm reading your comment when you're right here and you can speak. You want to just read your comment?
Whatever. No, not because Dr. Five said,
I don't feel bad.
He said, Cleo, don't feel bad. I know very little about comics compared to all these guys I'm learning to. And I said, I don't feel bad, LOL. I'll just listen, but I'm wondering what Lobo looks like. I have no idea.
Kind of like a Hell's Angels version of Gene Simmons. You make Gene Simmons into like a Hell's Angels biker.
Well, with the name, I thought he was going to be a wolf. So I was like really interested.
No, but
I wish he was a wolf.
I'm trying to remember. Wasn't there a character in the mid 70s Legion of Superheroes named Lobo that looked a lot like Wolverine?
That was.
I dreamed that.
Timberwolf.
And don't you think that inspired the look of Wolverine slightly? What do you
Oh, it did. Anyway, Cleo, the guy that the other Superboy is fighting, that's a side shot of Lobo, and then all the characters around him are kind of Lobo clones. So that's an idea of what he looks like.
Okay. Hey,
I'm trying to see which one he is.
Just Google Lobo DC.
Yeah.
Lobo DC. It does look, well, the way I described him is pretty accurate. You don't really need to see him. To me, he's an ugly looking character, and it's not interesting.
Like Danny Trejo?
Kinda. Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of like that, I guess.
Ese güey está bien feo.
She can speak Spanish. That's her superpower, which allowed us. In Texas, there's so many Mexican restaurants, and there are some that I never went into because I could tell they're not going to understand me at all. That's a real Mexican restaurant where they don't speak English, but she allowed me to actually go into those and taste the wonderful food.
I allowed you.
Well, she allowed me because my terror of it. I need to see your phone to look at something. Yeah. So, so what's been up, Eric?
I was gonna say, I really, when I was in high school, our high school offered 2 languages, French and Spanish. And my French teacher went to our church, and she was, bear in mind, I'm 15 years old. She was endowed, for lack of a better term. So I went, and the Spanish teacher was old enough to be my grandmother. So it's no surprise which language I chose.
The language of love.
All I got out of that was for a few years I could sing the French national anthem. Well,
my school, I'm sorry, keep going.
No, I was going to say, I wish I had the foresight to realize, if one of the 2 languages has a huge influx in this country, it's probably not going to be French. I really wished I'd learned Spanish because I've watched my share of telenovelas, and those are awesome. The women are gorgeous. The men take about 50 shots before they finally fall over dead. They're wonderful, but I can't pick up much of the language.
Yeah, you imagine if there were thousands of French people coming across our border every day. That would be very strange.
May no.
I want to learn Russian.
The lady that taught Spanish and French at my high school. And on the first day, and this was in Texas, so, you know, Spanish would be obviously the language you'd want to learn. And she pleaded with us to all change our schedule to French because she didn't really want to teach Spanish. She wanted to teach French because that was she was French. I mean, she didn't have an accent, but that was her main language. And it's like, I stayed with Spanish, and that was weird, but she wanted to teach us proper Spanish the way it's spoken in Spain. You know, ¿Cómo está usted? And all this stuff that people in Mexico, so if you tried to speak to someone from Mexico, you'd sound like someone that couldn't speak it and like a snob, like someone trying to do a British accent, but badly for us, you know, because I think, isn't that what Spanish is like? It's very,
I guess that's a good comparison. It's different.
Okay, I'm trying.
We're like the Mexicans and they're,
Well, you don't know, they don't have any idea what you're talking about. Your mother is
like us Americans and Mexicans versus the Spaniards and the Brits.
Right,
they're
but
very comparable.
her mother's from Honduras, and her dad is Irish French.
No.
What? Not?
No.
Oh, I'm thinking of mine. They're pure Irish.
No.
Okay, you talk for yourself. I'm getting
I mean, depends on who you talk to in the family, but from what I've seen in the family tree and all that stuff, we're mostly English, but we're also part Scottish. It's me.
I thought that was Alan the cat.
No. We're also like English, Scottish, Irish, like, you know, most people that are American. It's that kind of mix. And there's like very little of like other stuff, like a little bit of like German and French and Danish, and that's like kind of it. And then like on my mom's side, I have like a lot of crazy trace ancestry from like all over. I'm like every race.
I can't figure out your stupid Instagram. It's sending me to Meta AI.
Oh, that's some
I'm
new
just trying.
bullshit then.
Could you just find my
What
Instagram account? I wanted to show a picture from my Instagram account. Your phone is insane.
Oh, what?
Isn't that how you look for?
What are you doing, man?
I went to Instagram and then typed Instagram instead of
Quit it.
I've heard a good craftsman never blames his tools.
Are all the Geeky Puppet shows over for tonight?
He's having his auction, and the readings are over. But I figured I would come over and say happy birthday and hang out here for a bit before I go over and finish the auction, if I get around to finishing.
Oh, the auction. So.
Hi, Meyer.
We lost him. All right.
It looks like it's. Looks like the mutiny was successful. Well,
I was just going to duck out too.
I pressed a button and I removed myself.
So you self-deleted?
Kind of, yeah.
And he took me out with him.
Solo
Keep it YouTube friendly.
There's a lot of people really hating and wanting to hate James Gunn's Superman that he's making. This picture, you know, I mean, first of all, that guy, I think, really looks like Superman. And I always have liked this actress playing Lois Lane.
Rachel Brosnahan's been great in everything I've ever seen her in.
Yeah. I mean, I only know Marvelous Miss Maisel, but
she was in a show called Manhattan. It was about the building of the atomic bomb, and it was very well done. Shows on WGN. It was their attempt at original programming, and it was really good. And she was fantastic in that. She was also in the first season of House of Cards, which is arguably as good a season of television as has ever been done. So I'm not. Those are three things I've seen her in.
I really like her.
Yeah.
Amazing. Eric, have you seen Fallout yet? Have you watched Fallout?
No, I don't watch much television other than sports because I always I mean, it's one of those when you know so many of the people on YouTube, I like to watch their content,
Right.
and I mean, I've heard it's great. Most of the other nerds in my circles are loving it, but I said, I mean, hell, if I'm watching more than one show at a time, that's a lot. And I was watching Feud, that Truman Capote thing. I still haven't watched the last episode, and I loved it. I mean, absolutely loved the show. But I mean, that's give you an idea. That's the kind of shows. Those are the kind of shows I gravitate towards because I've read so many comic books in my life that I tend to gravitate towards non-genre entertainment and other places.
Right. That makes sense. Hey, I'm gonna.
You need the light in there, Cleo.
I'm tired. I'm gonna watch from home. So I'm gonna take off. Happy birthday, man.
Good night, Myers.
Okay. Take care.
I'll see you guys.
Bye. So, what, you're exploring that room, Cleo?
Just looking.
You want turn the light on? It's right there. It's like she doesn't even know.
I don't ever come down here.
She only hangs out in one part of the house, so she's going around like it's the first time she's been in here. It's kind of insane.
I'm not surprised.
So what is he auctioning off? Any older stuff?
Not much tonight. I think he was mostly. Oh, geez, he did a live stream either Thursday or Friday, and I was an unboxing, and I was on it, and I don't even remember. I know there's a lot of Hulk, but not older. Certainly not anything like what Rod was showing today.
Oh yeah, I tuned in. You mean his afternoon show?
Yeah. I didn't get to see any of the morning show because today was record store day. So my other job was chaos. So that's one of the few days where I didn't have time to watch his stream while I was working or getting ready.
I realized it was record store day later on, but there's no record store near here. Is that always on April 20th or just a certain day in April?
They do about 3 a year. One around this time. I think there's one later in the summer, and there's one Thanksgiving weekend. To coincide with Black Friday, I think they might even do that one on a Friday, which doesn't make any sense because they should do it on Saturday so you get 2 good business days out of it. It's kind of like having your birthday on Christmas. Yeah, you kind of get shorted on the presents. Yeah, we are, Steve. From what I understand, and for the first time, and I won't be there. I've never been to a free comic book day. Got to imagine it's a nightmare. But there are actually 2 things I want to get this year. I've never seen anything that I really wanted at one of these things. But there's have you seen the Fantagraphic books that are out that they're doing? The Venus came out this week, and
I've got it here.
Yeah, good, because I don't. Mine's around here somewhere, and I'm too lazy. Oh, wow! Holy shit! Excuse my French. Yes, for those of you that haven't seen it, that's the volume 2.
Right.
Week, and
I just got that as a birthday present this morning.
Nice. I'm about 100 and something pages in. It's wonderful. But anyway, they're doing a free comic book day to promote a comic to promote this. And the cover that they're using is Venus number 19. That's the one where she's embracing the guy. That's the cover of the free comic book day one. Yeah. Did Kevin send that to you? Or?
I'm probably not supposed to have it yet, but it was a birthday present. No money was exchanged.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I guess you're not supposed to sell it. So
no, but I'm surprised that that was the cover they went with, because I mean free comic book day is geared towards kids. But that one, and there's a Flash Gordon 0 issue, and like I said on Stream the other night, the guy writing that is excellent.
The original comic was geared. I mean, that was a comic geared to kids. But yeah, it's great. It's it's fantastic.
Yeah.
So I guess this is a sampler of stuff that's going to be appearing in, including this Dennis the Menace ripoff. So I guess they're going to be doing a humor and maybe a war one. I don't.
I think the war one might be the next one up.
Yeah, so this would certainly be a reason to go into a comic store in a couple of weeks. And I don't have this Joe Maneely book. I remember you talking about it on Four Color Fossils when you got it.
Yeah.
But I have the.
I don't want to see that.
The one with the red cover, the horror.
Adventures into Terror.
Yeah, I have that.
That was the first one.
Venus now.
Yeah.
There's just been 3, right?
No, just the 2. This one, that one's not part of it. That's a separate series.
The ones devoted to a certain artist is a separate series.
Yes, they're bigger. They're more like they're the size. They're the dimensions of a coffee table book, but not the thickness.
Okay.
But
so
and they're also
book is actually large.
Yeah. Let's see. Try to do this without knocking everything over.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah.
And the Maneely book was $75.
Yeah.
That's
I know it's rough, but I mean that's what everything's so expensive.
Oh, I know.
In today's world. To hear people say to me when a George Wilson book's coming out, devoted, and I never even knew who that guy was until Graphic Man.
Same here. I just nodded and pretended I did.
Yeah.
So as not to embarrass myself.
It's like they're charging $75, $80 for that book. I mean, and I hear people saying, "No, I won't pay that. That's ridiculous." No, I would pay a lot more than that probably because I'm insane. Yeah. But also, it's like who would have ever dreamed in your lifetime you'd even know who that artist was? Yeah. I figured it was a team of artists. I never dreamed it was all mainly one guy.
If we get one in, I'm not going to ask, but if we get one in, I'm probably the only shot we have to sell one.
Uh-huh.
And I might get it then. If not, if we don't bring it in, I might, well, actually, I said, my discount as an employee it's a little better than ordering from in stock trade, which is why we don't get a lot of this stuff because you can't afford to do for everybody else what you can do for an employee. And I'm the only one that buys that stuff that works there anyway. I'm the only comic book fan that works there. Legit, lifetime comic book fan. And I don't say that to disparage the people that work there. They're more into gaming and the other things that the store offers.
Yeah.
But I said, and honestly, I don't know if I would have gotten the Maneely if I'd had to pay full price because that's not cheap. And there's, I said, I think the Venus and the Adventures into Terror are very good deals. Proportionally. I don't think I can say the same for the Maneely book. I mean, that should probably have been a $50 book at the most.
Yeah. I'm reading comments I think I already read.
Yeah.
I hit the record store, says Fireball, at 8 a.m. and the line was around the store, and the store won't even. What were the big things for record store?
I'm sure
day?
Taylor Swift did something. Pearl Jam had something. And there's a lot of stuff. I mean, like there was the one I mentioned before, Cannonball Adderley, something from 1969 that his brother played on. And, jazz aficionados were really excited to see that. There was some kind of, some kind of Beatles thing, I think, but it was very, very, you had to be a huge store to even get that. And like I said, we ordered, I don't know, maybe a couple $1,000s worth of stuff. There's a store within 20 miles of us that spent probably north of $30,000 on product to sell today because friend of mine got up there. They handed him a number in the 4s and told him they were on number 150 because they were only letting enough people to fill the store because they didn't have room for everybody that showed up. So it's basically like waiting on a ride at Kings Island, well, at an amusement park. And I mean, it's a big deal. I mean, one of the stores up by where I live, one year they rented a food truck and had beer trucks and entertainment and just made it into a complete event. And it's a lot of fun. I mean, we're peanuts compared to them, but we were busier than might have been the busiest day we've had. But it's fun because it brings people out. Not everybody that shows up even buys. Also, they tie it into small business shopping days, and it's.
So people into Taylor Swift actually want her records, her stuff on records.
Oh yeah, it's Taylor Swift. Okay, in the history of music, popular music, and I'll just say for the sake of this, we'll say that it started with Frank Sinatra. You got Sinatra, you got Elvis, the Beatles, and Taylor Swift.
I don't understand it.
This is making my womb cramp.
I mean, it's so when I say that, some people will come back and say, "What about Michael Jackson?" And I say he's the only other person you can even let into the discussion. But Taylor Swift, if she were this popular in an era where you still had to buy music, she could buy countries. She would have so much money.
Wow,
it's incredible. And her albums, I mean, they're all like $50, and people don't blink. They'll pay hundreds of dollars to see her live. They'll pay $100 to see her on whatever closed circuit is today. I've never seen anything like it. And
well, she's not that beautiful.
No, Ken, you don't get that big by being talented. You get that big by everything coming together and then snowballing.
Or actually selling your soul to Lucifer, possibly.
Well,
I mean, because someone put a picture of her next to Napoleon Dynamite, and it's like, holy smokes, she really does look like him.
Well, now when she was a teenager, she claimed to be Republican and came country. Someone repackaged her as a far left pop star, but that made her popular in college on college campuses because that's what they're all told to be leftists and I said I think a lot of people like her because they share political ideology, because to a lot of people you have to agree with them or you don't exist. And I think so everything that could, and the people that liked her before, they still like her. They just kind of ignore the other stuff. So she's successful with so many demographics, and it's just
not me.
She's a phenomenon. I'll be honest, it's lost on me. But that's and I'm not trying to disparage anybody that likes her, other than her fan base will go Antifa on your ass in a heartbeat if you criticize her. I mean,
I post really nasty memes of her.
She says the music industry knows how to enchant the music. Yeah, it's strange, just like why wasn't that Patsy Cline or I mean, to me, Marie Osmond had more talent.
I saw an interview with Barbara Eden from 2 weeks ago, and she closed by saying she's a Swiftie. Really? And she knew who she was. So I'm saying there's no escaping her.
Yeah.
And someone said that the guy interviewed her, goes, so Taylor Swift for the Genie reboot? And Barbara Eden said, that girl can do anything. So that's
oh wow.
I mean, like I said, I don't hate her. I don't share her views. Yeah, that's it, it made it tough. I mean, I said it's and the thing about the powers that be have completely circled the wagons around her. So anybody that complained about that, they got attacked. So we're just supposed to love it and obey and consume and wait for the next thing to consume.
I don't like her at all. There's nothing to like.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And Cleo, I only wish you had pixel-sized fingers when you did that.
I guess
if you watch the Geeky Puppet Show, you get that.
By her. I don't really know.
They sucked. And the videos were ridiculous. AI.
I don't remember the
generic occult crap.
Yeah, I just don't remember what her big song was about. Was it 15 years ago? I don't remember, but I heard it enough.
Something about Shake It Off.
Yeah, that's the only one I remember. I think that's a little bit more recent, but yeah, that's the only.
But I remember her. There was a big poster of her, like drink milk poster, and it seems like that was 15 years ago at the school I used to teach, and none of the kids even noticed that poster. They all seemed to look at it with scorn, but that was that was an inner city school and 95% Hispanic, and they looked at that poster and she was nothing to them. But I don't know. I think maybe in the Midwest she's huge. I guess girls look at her as something they could aspire to be. There was some other
huge
song
everywhere now
that was annoying, and I thought, who's doing this? And I Shazammed it, and it was called "Welcome to New York," and it just kept repeating and repeating. It was to get into your head, and I saw that's Taylor Swift, so that's about all I know about her. I understand she writes songs about guys that she's broken up with.
Yeah,
so that makes.
I said she's there's. It's. I said it is snowballed to the point to where she is truly larger than whatever comes after larger than life is what she is now. And I said it for those few of us that are fortunate enough to escape the cult. Yeah, I said I mean I don't mean to denigrate her because I said I mean her business model should be more people should be able to pull that off because it was unbelievable. She's worth well over $1 billion now, and she got there a lot quicker than Dwayne Johnson.
That's what I hear. Anyway, I don't know what's. Have you heard any music by Sir Chloe? It's Sir Chloe, right?
Yeah.
Have you heard that band?
No, but is there anything on YouTube? Because I want to.
That's all I know her from.
Okay.
Because, I mean, that's the only avenue I know of to get music. If it's not on YouTube, I don't hear it. Because, she's on YouTube, definitely. And how about, what is it, Amyl and the Nitrates? Is that?
I think it's like okay. Like I'm not like
crazy. Well, they're an Australian band. I like that, and I like
the Pussy Gillette Girl better.
Yeah, that was really good. There's a few bands that are great, but they're great because they remind me of things I liked from decades ago.
Yeah, and I got a friend of mine that he's unfortunately his anxieties he can't leave the house anymore.
Yeah,
but he was a former IT guy, so he's very proficient, nosing around the internet, and he finds all kinds of music that is off the beaten path, like people that sound like when you found something, I think it was from the 1964, some kind of surf music, and you were talking about it on a live stream. If I had any kind of memory, I'd remember what it was. But I contacted this guy, and within a week, I had one because he just found it, downloaded it, and sent me a copy of it. But he finds all kinds of stuff like that. So that band that I already forgot the name of. It's a girl and a guy on drums, and it's very reminiscent of it sounds like it's like a 60s girl group. It's a cross between that and can't remember the way they described it, but and it should they do a song I need you like a cigarette or something, and I think you'd like
that. Sounds familiar. I think
that does sound
I might have heard that. What's the name of the band again?
That's it slipped out of my head.
With that title, it would be easy.
It's something find. In the you know what? I'm going to do
the Corettes. Fireball sang.
Yes. Thank you, Fireball. Yeah,
I know them. They're good. They, but again, it's because it's like the older stuff that I.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But my friend finds a bunch of stuff like that, and there's, the first Leon Bridges album I thought was terrific because it was the best Otis Redding I'd heard since Otis Redding, and this guy was like 21 years old, and it's like he went back in time and did this in 1967. I agree with you. I mean, there's very little stuff that's done in even like a semi-modern vein that really moves the needle for me at this point.
Yeah. I've had friends that constantly kept me aware of what I should, it's like, this is a great band. This is back in the early 90s, maybe late 80s, listen to this band. It's the Mummies or the Digits or who else, man? Just bands I never would have been aware of if you don't have someone to kind of tell you about them. A lot of stuff that came out on Sympathy for the Record Industry and that label.
I think at this point, it's stuff that reminds me of the past, and every once in a while, somebody that I've liked, finds it one more time. Yeah, because most of the people that I listened to when I was younger, if they're still alive, they've lost it. I mean, one of the few people that I liked all the way through is Warren Zevon, and he's been gone for over 20 years now. So I mean, So if Billy Joel is still making music, I don't really want to hear it. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, but once in a while, Neil Young will luck into like half of a good album, but the rest of it are just people that most people haven't heard of.
Yeah. I've got to figure out how to position this ladder closer.
I've been wondering if that music you're recording is kind of hijacking the sound.
I don't know. Can you hear music in the background?
Nope.
I think I've got it. So I'm sorry. My neck is hurting because I keep reaching over to click on the comments from the.
Might as well get comfortable.
Yeah, I'll go turn the sound. I'm recording Christmas music. Seaberg Library Christmas music. I've been recording for days.
This Christmas music is not driving me insane.
Yeah, this is the music you would have heard in department stores.
Yeah, this stuff is okay.
Yeah, well, this is the
because you've driven me out of my mind before.
Well, that was probably with the Rinks Records stuff for roller rinks.
Things are getting ready to escalate to violence.
So, Ken, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time.
Who, me?
No, Ken.
Oh wait, he.
Well, you could probably answer this for him. I know he's always recording.
Always.
Does he ever listen to any of it or watch any of it? Or is it just...
No. And that's what drives me bananas.
Okay, well, my brother's wife, her mom, when she passed a few years ago, when they were cleaning out their house, one room was basically undeveloped rolls of film, an entire room of it, because that's all she did was take pictures. If you could be halfway out of the house to your car and like an invisible hand would pull you back in for picture time. But she never even developed the roles, but because her passion was taking the pictures. So I mean, they were all. I mean, they were there. If she never wanted to revisit them, but so that's wondering because
you're always recording, but do you ever listen to it or watch it? I'm like, no. And I make requests. I'll be like, I know you recorded this. Find it. I want to watch it. And it just never turns up.
Well, no, I'm this Christmas music. I'll play it, you know.
Yeah. And that crazy psycho roller rink music.
Yeah, I play that on most of my shows.
I know. One of the things that runs me off.
And trust me, I was not being critical because that is me. I mean, my VHS collection was ungodly.
Dr. Fudge.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. Let me get him. Have you ever been on a stream with Dr. Fibes, Eric?
I was for about 2 minutes the other night. Before I abdicated my space for. I see no reason to full screen this mug. Oh crap! Did I lose? Did Gratu drop himself again? Well, I guess like who was the guy? Alexander Haig. When the planes were in the air, I'm in charge. Well, not anymore.
Sorry, I kicked myself out of my own show. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay.
I barely had time to say I was in charge like Alexander Haig that one time, and he came back.
Yeah. I'm putting the link here. Dr. Fibes has asked for the link, but anyone's welcome that's watching. If you want to come on, that's cool. There's the link.
Yeah, get on here.
You don't get to see her very often, so you can ask her questions.
Yeah, and Clea, I was gonna say, I said you should be canonized for your willingness to put up with, all of this.
For suppressing my homicidal tendencies daily?
Well, it sounded so much better the way I put it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but because I said, I mean, I don't want to say I'm a hoarder. But,
I've seen your house. Your house looks great.
Oh, you haven't seen it in years, but thank you. Since I work out of the house, my house looks like a comic book warehouse after a small twister has gone through it. I mean, it's amazing how little
it looked really good before.
Yeah, I thank you. I took care of that. It's I went from Felix to Oscar in the interim.
Oh my God, what happened to you? Look at that beard. Are you depressed?
Who are you talking to?
I'm messing with Eric Breen, man.
No,
beard's here.
No, I couldn't get rid of the turkey neck, so I figured I'd just cover it up.
Hey, I grew hair to cover mine, man.
Yeah, I was starting to get Nixon jowls, so that covers.
Same here. Oh, it's real pronounced in there.
But then it might also make it
We're starting to lose weight. We're starting to lose weight.
Yeah, a little bit. That's amazing creep show style lighting there.
Yeah, you look awesome, and you're like this little. Like it's so hard to see. It's far, and it's on his little phone, and everything is tiny. But I can still see all the cool colors. I see the green light and the blue lights and the red.
That looks pretty cool with the EC logo in the corner. This is the same place we were sitting earlier today, but now you got all the lighting.
It is. It's the same place. I mean, with the new LED lighting that you can do, I can change the colors to anything I want. Oh. So those cabinets behind me, I can change them to, blue, red, green, yellow, orange.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I've got to look into LED lighting. I could probably make this place actually look okay.
Meyer, your jawline still looks good, my friend.
So,
yeah, that's the trick. And the LED, doesn't burn that many watts. So it's really nice because you can, you're not worried about your electrical bill. LED's the way to go.
Yeah,
ours is bad.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric.
How's it going?
Good.
Once a month, I'm always too busy bitching about the heat part of it to give a crap about the electric.
Yeah.
But although the electric has gone up proportionally, it's just like, good night, nurse.
Yeah, everything. It's ridiculous.
But
I had a breakthrough. I have a friend from elementary that's, always been a Democrat. And yesterday he made me very happy. On my Facebook, he had a big rant and he was like, I'm voting for Trump. I was like, I've been waiting for you. I knew you'd come around. Yes.
Yeah, I have a friend that similar situation. And it's just, how come it took you this long to wake up? I mean, it's unbelievable to me.
Yeah.
Denial.
it's Bill Maher of all people said something the other day which kind of summed it up perfectly. Ron DeSantis brought up the whole grooming and all that. So and turns out he was right. And he goes, "We are so tribal now that we will overlook people bleeping kids if the wrong person calls it out."
You're absolutely right.
And that's and I'm not going to break this down between parties because I think the Republican Party sucks.
I agree.
Yeah.
About 98% is hard.
Yeah.
Well, they point out that there were only 14 Republicans voted against the Zelensky payment, but some of them voted for keeping FISA.
Keeping what?
FISA.
What are they, crazy?
Well, that's this. So it's not even 14. I mean, hell, I said, I tell people, I live in Kentucky. I said we've got the best senator in the country and the worst, which is kind of unusual considering they're both Republican. Well, in name only. But how long are they
Who are you stuck with? Are you stuck with that tortoise, Mitch McConnell?
Yeah, we got the tortoise, but we also have Rand Paul.
Oh,
who for years, it's weird. One of my best friends is one of Rand Paul's best friends.
Nice.
I will never be in a position to even meet Rand Paul. That's how far out in the circles in which my friend and I travel. I'll never be in the same place to meet him. And for years I was cool with that. Now I want to meet him because I've done a 180 on him. Because and whereas I said when Trump was elected, two things happened. One side of the country developed an incurable case of TDS. The other half of us woke up and realized that even if we had an R next to our name, we realized how shitty that party's become.
I wasn't too good with it at first. Like when he started running, I was hearing all the crap and I was like, whoa, what's going on? And it took me like 3 or 4 years to get on board. So that was either 2018 or 2019. So I wasn't with it all along.
You were on board by the time the debates happened.
No, that was hilarious. But
so
I didn't.
You were on board before he actually became president.
No, I love the debates, but I was real iffy.
Oh,
I was iffy.
Well,
I'd be like, "What'd he say now?" I was like everybody else.
Frog is E asking where I am?
I don't know. Let's see. I'm on the action panel and watching this. I don't know what that means.
Auction. Auction.
He's having trouble. Autocorrect must really be messing with him.
Yeah.
And Fireball
is messing everyone up. He says no. I don't know what people are talking
about. Good, I was afraid that that he was going to say, I thought Eric was coming back. But if he hasn't noticed I'm not there, then I'm in the right place.
So, do you now your purpose on the auctions is to give information on the comics being sold But if there's a comic that's really crummy, do you just kind of keep your mouth shut so it doesn't hurt the auction?
Yeah, so when we're auctioning newer comics, I just board my mouth up.
Oh, so if you're not saying anything, that means you hate it more than likely.
Or I haven't read it.
I need to be quiet, don't
But,
I?
No.
but yeah, I will be
care.
very. I mean, I'll be vocal when something comes up that I can really speak about. But I'm also, I have read so many comics that I mean, I can look at one and go, I don't remember any of the details. I remember I liked it, and that seems to be good enough for the people in the auction because, they can look at me and go, okay, yeah, he's old enough to have read all that shit, and he's also old enough to have forgotten most of it. So they give me a pass.
Well, usually when there's something that I know about and I know I hate it, and someone starts talking about that thing, I'll just say, well, I don't know much about that. I'm not talking about comics, but anything in general. I try not to offend people and just say that's shit. But I've known people that have done. I may be more like that on this show, but I mean, in real life, I'm not like that.
I need to start being more mean to some of my friends. They're getting away with too much.
You mean your and friends?
My what?
Your and friends. I'll explain that. On the Geeky Puppet Show, the guy the Pixel who your husband thinks a lot of because he's a legitimate puppeteer guy. It was like whatever the show is, it would say starring Puppeteen and Friends instead of putting our names in the credit. He eventually did that, but most of them would just say Puppeteen and Friends. So we started giving him shit for basically only caring about himself. So we just started calling ourselves and Friends. Yeah. So now whenever we're reading a book and the word friend comes up, we'll put and in front of it. Yeah. It's like one of the tropes, like when if someone uses the word master, we change it to governor because the idiots running the NBA said that owners denote slaves and master bedroom denotes slavery. So they changed it to governor's bedroom.
There was a college that had a Lynch Hall because someone was named Lynch.
Yeah.
And they had to change the name. It was a guy's name.
Yeah. Man. So we do that to make fun of it, not by no means endorsing it, but yeah, we're now, and it's so weird when I hear somebody talking just in real life and I hear him say, oh, this is my friend. I want to correct him and say, no, that's your aunt friend.
Lately, I've just been stupefied. Like, I'm as fucking nice as I can be to people. And then I'm like, well, what is all this crap?
This was the curse on this family channel.
God damn it.
I was watching, I missed some of it. I'll have to watch it later. Dr. Silverage was streaming this afternoon.
Yeah.
And I think he started like an hour before I ended mine. But anyway, when I tuned in, someone was talking about why did they change Bruce Banner's name in the TV show? And they said, yeah, it's a complete mystery. And then someone said, I just don't think they like the name David. It's really weird. And it was actually the opposite of the political correctness we have now. It was because back then, and I really couldn't type it in the chat because it would look like hate speech. But back then, comedians would always have gay characters named Bruce.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, Bruce. And it was like, it became a comical stereotype that gay gentlemen are named Bruce. And so they said, we just can't have, I think the network said, we can't have a character named Bruce. Let's make him David. And I think on this tombstone of his fake tombstone, it said David Bruce Banner. But I think that, am I correct, Eric? That was the reason
that's
why?
Absolutely why.
I did not know that. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was just because that was, I don't know why that stereotype. I guess it's like Karen today. It's like a perfectly good name, but now I don't think any babies now are going to be named Karen. And it's kind of ruined a completely, good name. And you just assume, oh, someone that's annoying, they must be named Karen. It's really a racist thing. It's just like Karen, that's the ultimate white name. So just annoying white women, they'll just be Karens. And so that to me is just as obnoxious as just saying Bruce is a gay name.
By the way, when you get to it, just to save yourself, to Werewolf by Lunchtime's last quote.
Oh, I'm missing the quote, the stuff here.
I was trying to remember if that was my therapist's name, but he just looked exactly like Bruce from Family Guy.
So
one of my avatars is from the band The Jam, and that's a line from a title track of one of their albums.
Yeah.
In case anybody reads that and says, "What is that?" That's so we get Werewolf by Lunchtime, and we're the two Jam fans out there.
Yeah, we know what the Jam is too, but I don't think most comic book people know. Because I usually the comic book people that I watch their channels, they'll have like a couple of record albums in their man caves, and it's like Journey or it's like I'll say, what's the last band you really got into? And it was like Supertramp. I mean, not that there was anything wrong with Supertramp.
No,
but they're not going to be into the Cramps and stuff. Although Captain Strangelove has discovered the Cramps and is buying up all their albums, because he's heard it, I guess, or heard me talking about it. He said, so that's great.
I've tried to get Rod to check out a couple of these bands, and he actually was talking about Marty Robbins' Gunfighter Ballads. Mm-hmm. He got me to listen to that. So I mean, it's
oh yeah,
because there's a lot of music out there. I've been doing this for 30 plus years. There's so much I still haven't heard and will never hear. And
well, most people that have really great collections have it because they only collected one thing. And I think at least the three of us here have collected many things. And so I don't have a great collection of anything. I've just got a lot of cool stuff from but if I had only devoted all my funds and a brief while when I had some extra money into one thing, it could be
boring.
Well,
I might have to kill you then.
But let's see. Oh, I was going to ask you, was there ever anything? And by the way, the auction we're talking about is on a channel called I Love Comics, and it's run by a guy named Englentine, and Eric's on it a lot. But Eric, has there ever been a comic on the auction you said, stop, wait, I've got to have that comic? Have you ever actually gotten a comic from the auction?
No, I haven't. There have been some that I have wanted. In particular, for about a month or so, he was trying to unload his Hulk 102, but I didn't pull the trigger. The Captain Marvel #1 that you got, I thought about. I mean, there have been a couple where I've said, "Hey, if it doesn't sell, send that to me, and I'll send you like some Disney stuff or whatnot." So I mean, I've picked up a couple books from him that way, but eventually I said, I mean, when I went comic book shopping between Christmas and New Year's, I found a Hulk 102 for $40.
She's filing her nails, but it probably looks like she's sharpening a knife and she's gonna
okay, here's another test.
It's off camera.
She's filing her nails while they're dragging the lake. If anybody can give me the next line.
What's that?
Well, I got nothing, but
I don't. What is that from?
It's an Elvis Costello song, "Watching the Detectives."
Oh yeah. Okay, I know that song.
Yeah.
I just didn't remember those lyrics.
Well, it's no, that's you can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. This is kind of how and where I know I've said this before, but
I usually Paul Weller, do them pointy, but I'm not doing that right now.
F. Paul Weller and his massive ego, because they're one of the few bands whose members are all still alive and still functional, and half of their fan base came along after they broke up, and he will not reform the band. for any reason, and that's the. And like I said, at some point, it's going to be too late.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
No, I
money
don't
would
know.
be a good reason.
Yeah, but I don't know the reason that was there some real bad blood between them when he left.
oh, I'm sure there was some kind of bad blood 40 plus years ago. If you
Yeah.
can't mend fences in 42 years,
Yeah,
and there've been opportunities, and there, but he also, yeah, he even while the band was around, he was kind of he punk was never his thing. I think he was more like he wanted more like a hell, almost like a soul. I think he was more Otis Redding than Sid Vicious, and the Style Council reflected that. And but again, like I said, even if you have to fake it, I mean, I said, he's got his career because of that's I get that, but it's but technically he doesn't owe anybody anything, but this rabid fan base that would give anything to see them get together, even for like one tour, have kind of afforded him this colossal ego he has. And I love his music. I love the guy, but I that just kind of sticks in my craw about him because I'd love to it's probably
yeah.
it's probably selfish too. I would love to see it.
Well,
Even
even the Talking Heads got back together recently after all these years, and there was some
Wow.
real bad blood
Yeah.
between them because, they tried to basically stab David Byrne in the back by replacing him behind his back with Adrian Belew, and of course David Byrne realizes he was out of control. His ego was completely unchecked, and he was being a complete a-hole. But when you have a band that's conspiring to replace you behind your back with somebody who sounds a lot like you, and that's pretty heavy. So they broke up, but yeah, they got back together. The money was there.
The Smiths
The
broke up
Misfits too.
and didn't tell Morrissey.
Well, like 2016.
That's how they kicked him out and didn't tell him.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Of course, they haven't gotten back together and toured as
No, they haven't, and that's another one that probably. But I said there was a night in 1980 when a Beatles reunion no longer became possible.
Right.
If that doesn't happen, I'm thinking there would have been one because they.
Yeah, I agree.
I at some point they would have, and I just like I said, it's probably not going to happen if it hasn't happened by now. And I'm not saying, and Joe Jackson got his band back together, and it's been a lot of years even now, and it wasn't the same, but it was nice to see him give it the old college try.
Sure.
Yeah, I saw Elvis Costello in the Attractions, probably about 10 years after they stopped doing stuff together.
Yeah.
And they were a shell of what they'd been, but it was still nice to see because when they could still bring it on the songs that made me love them in the first place. And I'm sure those three guys could do it, even now.
Yeah. This is crazy. I saw Elvis Costello in the Attractions in Chicago, not going there to see them. I happened to be there on a convention. So I was there at the time and saw that they were going to be playing in concert. So I said to my girlfriend, hey, we should go see them. So, okay, yeah, let's do that. So we go to the center where they were playing, and a guy walks up to us and says, do you want 2 free tickets? And I thought, okay, what's up? This is kind of odd. And I said, well, what do you mean? And he said, I had 2 friends that were going to come. They canceled. He says, I've got their tickets. And I said, well, I'll pay you for them. He says, no, here, you want here. So he handed us 2 tickets. Turns out these tickets were like 3 rows back center. It was unbelievable. It was incredible. I mean, talk about luck. And it was a fantastic show.
Was the guy that gave you the tickets next to you at the show? I mean,
yeah, he was. Oh yeah, I definitely thanked him. It was incredible.
Did you buy him a cold one?
I did. Yeah, absolutely.
One time I wound up going down to Austin for some kind of teacher training thing. And so we were staying in a hotel, and I guess this was in the early 2000s. Okay, so this history teacher I worked with, he was always talking about how he was at Woodstock and he was a hippie, and then he joined the Air Force the day after The Godfather came out. He saw The Godfather. The next day he joins the Air Force, and of course, and he, I guess, flew bombers, but he was, he still had his. Well, he's the guy that got rid of the art on the front of the bombers with the girls and stuff. He got rid of that. So I thought, man, I don't like you for that. But yeah, he was the guy in the halls that every kid hated, and he was an ex-hippie. He was like, tuck your shirt in. He was just a real a-hole about it. He would just bark at these kids, and these were inner city kind of borderline gang members. And this guy's barking at him, this ex-hippie that went into the Air Force and retired. It's a very strange combination. But anyway, he's there. And I think we were roommates in this room, and he says, I want to see a good rock band. I said, well, here's a good one. It was Nashville Pussy. Are you familiar with that band?
Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, let's go to this. And the assistant principal said, I'd like to go too. And he looked like a Fed, I think he had a tie on going to see Nashville Pussy. And I think Emos in Austin. It was one of the big Austin clubs. And it was great. And they all loved it, especially the Woodstock guy that turned into a Nazi in the halls. But I just remember seeing that assistant principal. He was enjoying it, but he completely looked like a Fed. It was insane, him there, and that wasn't that big a crowd, but that's the only time I saw that band. But are there bands like that now that we just don't know about? I guess they're still together.
There are some. It's funny, when I would go see certain concerts back when I was, in my early 20s, and actually throughout. I mean, I was on the fire department for 30 years. But back in the day when I would go see bands like Love and Rockets, Bauhaus before that, everybody's all dressed up goth, right? Everybody. And of course, I'm a firefighter. I mean, I'm not dressing all goofy, and I didn't have I didn't have long hair and my face painted white and all of that. I totally looked like an undercover cop, a narc, because I was all clean cut. And it was just kind of funny because I was the one person who really stood out, like who the hell is this guy? Why is he here? And the same thing with my girlfriend too. We basically, we just looked like we totally didn't fit in with these bands that we would go see that we really enjoyed.
I'm changing the subject, but I don't mean to interrupt. We can get back. She works on Thursdays until 11 at night. So I thought Thursday, maybe we could do a show. Like I think you were both on Thursday. You weren't on very long, Eric, but is Thursday a good night for everybody? What am I on? Am I against the Geeky Puppet Show, or what's on?
Well, but it's a best of the week, so completely different audiences. Yeah, I think I wouldn't be able to be on unless you went longer than 11. But
Ooh.
I
couldn't do that. 11 already is like
work. But yeah, I think for everybody else that works out great. So that's
so you're booked from 7 to 11?
No, from 9. We start that at 9. So I mean, I'd be able to come on before that.
Are you what time zone are you in Kentucky?
Eastern.
Okay, so if
it's 11:30 here right now.
Okay, so when it's 6 o'clock here, it's 7 o'clock there. Or am I right?
Right, you are correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I could start the show at 6. It doesn't matter, and I could go 6 to 11. I know it's an insane amount of time. No one has to be on the whole time, but I would like to do a show where we don't just we talk about comics, records, any pop culture, and we can, I just like to have a discussion show, and I just don't want to go on Wednesday because that's Graphic Man's night. And,
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I would definitely come on before the, best of the week, which sometimes I'm not sure why I do best of the week, because sometimes it's hard to come up with anything for best of the week.
Well, Friar Tuck says, how about Friday? And Friday, I'll be going on against Horror Mike, and there's a lot of common audience, I think, between the two. And
That's
Friday is their day off, and that's when we go out. That's
Yeah.
kind of, when you're married, it's kind of hard to do Friday. And so that's,
especially since I'm about to start whacking them with pans and rolling pins.
So Friday, you got a conflict of a friend doing a show and marriage.
Yeah.
So Tuesday, she doesn't work, so that I'm trying to do it on nights when I'm kind of, she's disposed. What's the word?
Well, I'm real busy during the
when
weekends.
she's busy. Yeah. Well, actually, she works on Saturdays.
And Sundays.
Today she's not, but normally she works from till 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd be on against what's on Saturday night? The auction. What else? There's always somebody on.
Well, we read on Saturdays.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, but a lot of the things that are, the only person that really affects is me. So just take me out of the equation. If I can join you, I absolutely will.
Yeah.
But,
it's also audience that's divided. But I rarely have 28 people watching, and that's a very rare occurrence. So
we don't get anybody watching our readings
seem
anymore.
To be good in that sense. I thought I would grow.
I don't start working until 11:30.
What are you talking about?
On Saturdays and Sundays, I don't start working till 11:30.
Oh, you're talking about maybe doing a show in the afternoon. It doesn't have to be the evening.
I'm done at 8.
Yeah, maybe an afternoon show. I thought I would grow, but then that's against sports and everything. I thought I would grow old and stop seeing bands at a certain age. I saw Ride and the Jesus and Mary Chain last year.
I didn't know that Jesus and the Mary Chain were back together.
I didn't either.
I didn't know. Have you heard the new song "Girl 71" by the Jesus and Mary Chain yet? Kimberly, you ought to just come on. Yeah, come on. So freaking good. Cleo, put rollers in your hair for a show. You should show them she had her hair dyed blonde back when Trump was running for president, and I said it was the same color as Trump, and I just said, "Come here," and let me comb your hair, and I combed it in a ducktail like Trump. She just found the pictures. I can show you. We're up by lunchtime. I've not heard the new album, but heard good things. We're up by lunchtime. Why don't you come on? That would be really cool to have someone.
That would be. I'd love to meet him.
Why don't you come on? Friar Tuck, you tend to go longer than most feeds.
Oh my God! When I saw, I thought it said feuds.
Oh yeah, I always
eyes are going.
That word. I always watch GPS. It's a nice solitary experience on Twitch. GPS, what's that? Oh, Geeky Puppet Show. Man, I don't know acronyms. Sorry. GPS is an acronym already used for something else.
Global positioning, salad, something like that. Werewolf brought up about talking about Smiths. Yeah, I said I have all the Smiths records, but the two guys he brought up, because I said you just need Johnny Marr and Morrissey, and he goes, disagree. They were all special. I didn't know who the other two guys were that he mentioned. They were two members of the band. So I said corrected. But yeah, so I guess that either means I don't know shit or I'm a really big Jam fan because I knew all of them.
I think she found the pictures, so I'm gonna.
By here, I was like totally cracking up Here.
Okay. Well, is this the order I should show them in?
No.
Put them in order.
Go to the bottom because that's how I started off.
Okay. So it starts like that, right?
Oh, that's great.
It's the correct hair color. Or at least it was at that time.
This girl had just bleached it and he was watching the TV. He goes, "Come here, your hair matches Trump's right now." He started forming it.
So I started, and then
that's hilarious.
I was a hairstylist that day. I figured I could.
By then I was like dying.
It's starting to get pretty authentic here at this point. I don't know if you can. What year was this? Was this before he became?
2016.
That looks like the Stray Cats or something.
It does. It looks like the Stray Cats.
Are there more here?
Not.
Is this the final Trump form?
I don't know. I don't know. I was like trying to not let him do it. I felt like I was being abused with a comb. I was like, "Get away from me!"
And when you posted those, what kind of hate did you get?
None. Everybody laughed. Nobody had TDS because they thought I was like them.
The people that hate Trump think she's making fun of Trump, and the people that like Trump.
No, everybody laughed.
People that like Trump think it's a compliment, and the people that hate Trump say, "Right on, sister, you're making fun of Trump." So everyone loves it.
Everyone liked me until I liked Trump. Then I was like horrible.
Yeah, of course.
This sounds like when I heard the Queen, because the Queen just died. At first, I was reading it like when I heard the Queen was dead. I had to listen to the news 6 times. This time of the song, still one of my favorite albums of all time.
Okay, it's a Werewolf, Smiths or Cure. You can only keep one.
Well, that's a good one. That's a good question. I would say I would go with the Cure.
I would go with the Cure too.
Yeah, I think so too. I've got a I would assume a girlfriend, but it was someone I never met that was online, was really into Morrissey, and I did a painting for her where basically he's like Jesus or a saint. And if someone would like to buy it out there, 25 people, I need money. It's somewhat, it's an amateur painting, but someone into Morrissey, maybe they pay $1,000. I'd sell it for a lot less than that. I should probably show it to you. I just found it. Talking to Cure is making me
glad I didn't putting money on this because for me, it's not even an issue. I'm Smiths all day long.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I said the Cure. I mean, I've heard way more Smiths though than the Cure. I mean, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. I think it's a phenomenal album. But then probably, like 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 would probably be five Smiths records.
They were never bands that I heard. I just saw the girls that listened to it, and I assumed that I would hate those bands because of those girls. But now that I've heard both bands, but at the time I was standoffish about, because I mean, it's not like they played them on the radio. I had no way of hearing it, unless I went out of my way to hear it. So I didn't live in a college town. Yeah, actually, I did live in a college town, but not the type college town that bands came to. It was a commuter college. Let me get that stupid painting. Maybe I think
Dr. Fibes has seen that painting because he's seen my Instagram.
Oh, maybe.
Yes.
I like his paintings. He does a lot of just, like all the stuff he likes, like Morticia and Vampira and all kinds of stuff. And I really like him.
Okay, here's one kind of left field. Billy Bragg.
Billy Bragg. Oh yeah.
I saw he was doing a show where I live, and he's on the microphone just railing against capitalism. And then without a trace of irony over the loudspeaker, Mr. Bragg's merchandise is available here at the
course. Of course.
But I thought, don't try this at home. I think that's the title of it. Was one of the best albums I think I've ever heard. There's a cover of Dolphin on it, and Like the first song's Accident Waiting to Happen. I think it was Don't Try This at Home from 1991. But yeah, it's just, I'll never forget that. Capitalism's awful. You should come get my merchandise back there so I can get to the next town.
Oh, that's so typical, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he might have lightened up. Well, the fact that he had an album called Workers' Playtime might have been a clue. Yeah.
What are people saying here? Man, everybody's talking.
I'm gonna have to find a few more Cure records and give them some listens.
Yeah, this is the painting.
Oh, that's excellent.
Oh, wow.
About the size of a record album.
That is excellent. Very well done. Yeah, you totally know who that is as soon as you look at it.
Yeah. Probably should get rid of it like, you get rid of a Ouija board.
No.
But maybe you want to keep it. That's
you
fine.
Know what?
But I just don't like the association with another, with a girlfriend.
Yeah, whatever. Listen.
Oh, there he goes.
When did I become the default setting for this channel?
Yeah, you're the man.
We're back. Okay, what were you saying?
You got a mark on your face.
We've tried to sell that painting before, and for some ridiculous reason, we could never sell it. And now I'm like, maybe we weren't meant to sell it. I like it.
Okay. Well, then you're.
And I don't give a crap about that broad, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I remember that too. And I not that I was at all surprised that Rundgren felt that way, but it's like, does anybody really have so many fans that they can afford to tell half of them to go F off?
Wow. I did not know that he did that. Yeah, that's such a turnoff when these idiots say stuff like that.
Yep. And to be fair, like I said, if I were a fan of, say, Kid Rock, which I like him as a person, but I'm not a fan of his music. But if I was, and I went to one of his shows, and he started railing against Biden, that's not why I went to see him there either. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities to do that. I hate it when musicians use shows that people paid money to hear them perform to turn into activism.
Yeah, and I don't understand why you want to alienate, possibly half of your fan base. Again, like you said, if you want to say something that is, whatever, pro anybody on your own time, but when it comes to a concert, people want to hear you perform, and that's it.
If you want to bash Trump, there are plenty of networks that'll let you come on and do it.
Exactly.
If you want to praise him, you can go to Fox or Sky News. So I said, I don't want to hear it in either direction if I'm paying to hear. And Ken can tell you, I don't know how much participation you have in new comics, but Marvel and DC have spent the last 10 years actively chasing away people like us.
Absolutely, they have,
and they've largely succeeded.
Yes, that's why I don't see the movies. Also,
yes, I saw the movies up through Endgame, and I did see the last Spider-Man, which I thought was it was an experience, bringing the other two Spider-Mans back and having them be a part of the movie and like all the characters from the movies. I thought it was fantastic. Yeah. But yeah, I'm probably about 8 Marvel movies behind.
Yeah.
That's the only one I've seen since Endgame, and I have no plans to really change that.
Well, I did see the third Guardians of the Galaxy. I like that. I just didn't like.
I heard that was good. Yeah, that one I'd make an exception for, I think.
But everything else, has been bad after Endgame, except for Spider-Man and Guardians. And I think it's about the time they started making the TV series that you had to watch in order to understand fully the next movie. And they got rid of all the main characters and brought in teenage versions of them. And then they made a Black Panther movie without the Black Panther in it. That was pretty.
Yeah, that was the mistake they made there was forgetting that there have been how many Supermans? how many James Bonds.
Right.
And I know Marvel hasn't had to do this yet, but as tragic as it was that Chadwick Boseman, passed, that you needed to make a movie if you had to without him, but then bring him back, bring back the character, because I said it's eventually you're going to have to reboot them all anyway.
Right.
And, yeah. So but treating him like literally like a god had died in real life.
Yeah.
I think they went overboard in their reaction to that.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, and they've just it's insanity. But I was really excited about those movies for quite a while. I was.
We got 10
excited to
really
see
good years. We really did.
Yeah.
I mean, because they realized that, and now I'm cynical enough to think that maybe they used the 10 years to build up the war chest that they could squander with their politics, but then knowing that that ESG money would be coming in or whatever, because it's there was very little agenda in the first 10 years. It was basically, we're going to give you what you want, and then we're going to give you what we want, and
but I don't think they ever dreamed that they didn't ever know that it would take off like that.
No, but we're about 4 years in. By the time the first Avengers movie came out, they knew they had a juggernaut at that point, and which gave them another 6 years. The three Avengers movies, the Captain America, the Iron Man 3, the Guardians franchise, Ant-Man's. They were so hot, an Ant-Man movie would make $700 million.
Yeah.
If the DC equivalent, Blue Beetle, what did that make? 40?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so that's how big they were.
Well, the first two Ant-Man movies were good.
Yeah.
The third one wasn't.
No, there were good DC movies that didn't do squat in the theater. It says because Marvel Marvel for 5 or 6 years, they could jump out of a building and land on a passing mattress truck. Everything worked for them, and that's far from the case now.
Yeah, well, they've destroyed everything. I don't know if they were thinking ahead that they were going to do it. It seemed like Winter Soldier was a completely different political slant than what they are now. But unless I misinterpreted it, it seemed like it was. I don't know.
I don't think they were really pushing politics. They were pushing maybe like comic book politics, possibly, but we all know where they lean in real life. But you could watch the movies and never really feel like you were being lectured. You can't say that now, because there's so much of it. I mean, it's hell, Marvel, the MCU is like a struggle session now.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's going.
You want some water?
Do we have? Yeah, I guess so. Should we get some cake?
I don't know that I'm ready for that, but when will I be?
I don't know. I thought.
It sounds like it's a delicious cake.
Well, hopefully it will be. She said that we had one before and it wasn't good. I don't know why we ordered that then. But
because I don't think the one that I picked out turned out to be good. I hear good things about the rest of them.
Oh, okay. She picked out a lame one, she says.
I'm gonna go grab another Coke, so I'll be right back.
All right. So, man, what movies have you watched recently? I mean, not necessarily new movies, but what have you watched most recently?
Gratu, I as far as new movies that come out, I I don't watch hardly anything anymore because I'm so sick and tired of the crap that Hollywood has been continually putting out, that not only do I not want to be preached to, which they always have this, message that they have to preach to me. And for some reason, they seem to think that that if they're preaching to people, well, first of all, if you're going to put this ridiculous message of, being a homophobe, being racist is bad, a person who truly is that way, you're not going to change them from a movie. I'm sorry, but you're just not. So for the rest of us who are not that way, it's just so pointless. You're preaching to the choir. So why in the world do you keep shoving it down my throat? Give me a good story. Give me a good story. Not only that, I get sick and tired of the cookie cutter style of movie making, the music, the editing, everything about them. I mean, to me, it's just, you've seen one movie, you've pretty much seen them all for the most part, and I get incredibly bored. I'm just not a fan of most of the action films. I wish somebody would come along and really shake things up. About the only decent thing I see anymore are independent films, small films, and they don't have a chance of ever making it. They're never going to get their foot in the door. And you and I both know too that if you are of a certain political belief, you're not going to get your foot in the door. They're going to, shut you out as much as possible. So I don't see anything creative coming for quite some time. I'm just tired of the way that they make these movies because they're all pretty much the same. Boring.
Yeah. That is, you mentioned music. There's no good composers anymore, it seems like.
No.
The music in movies is very generic. That was one thing.
Very generic.
When I was a kid, when I went in a record store, I would go to the comedy section. I would go to the soundtrack section. These are my first spots. I would go to the children's records. I would go to the weird sections before I looked at the popular music. And there's just no great theme songs. These Marvel movies they were putting out for a while that were good. It's like they didn't have any great theme songs. There wasn't an Iron Man theme. There wasn't a Hulk theme. There should be theme songs that swell up when these characters come on the screen, but they just couldn't. It's like usually it was Danny Elfman, and he could write like one, everything he wrote kind of sounded the same. The Batman theme, the Tales, I'm not knocking him, but he just had a kind of a generic thing. Tales from the Crypt, Batman. Anything he wrote was sort of the same to me. He wrote. It's like the John Williams Superman theme or the Star. Just like it's immediate. You can't get it out of your head. It's immediately identifiable with a character. There's no great theme songs for like a James Bond theme or the Indiana Jones theme that can swell up and immediately that's the character. And you get a new actor playing the character, that theme song is going to bring, make it okay,
Yeah, and I'm so tired of all the reboots of old classic films, and they just destroy them. It's just Hollywood.
Yeah, we
yesterday's
went to see
news.
a Godzilla movie last night. I can't hear very well, so I'm sorry if I'm talking for you. We went to see a Godzilla movie. There was a trailer. First of all, they had a trailer for Civil War, which I doubt is going to play in this little small town. But if it did, oh my gosh! But there was a trailer for Beetlejuice 2, and it's like, why has the ghost aged? I didn't know Ghost shouldn't he shouldn't he look the same age as he did in the 1980s or whenever that movie came out? I mean, why is he an older guy now? It's like
Yeah, beating a dead horse. Of course, they want to milk it for everything they can get. So that's just how Hollywood is.
Back and everything, but Tim Burton's a weird guy, and that. Oh man, it's like with few exceptions, like Ed Wood, and it's like every movie's it's too much alike. And
so, did they bring Gina Davis back in this new Beetlejuice movie?
Does she come back in it? Wait, what? I saw Catherine O'Hara from SCTV.
And Winona Ryder.
She was in it. They try to make them look like they haven't aged. They did a better job.
Winona Ryder looked really good.
Yeah, I mean they can do things, but they sure didn't. They should have used some. I don't want to insult people, but I mean they should have de-aged Beetlejuice a little bit.
It could, well, that aging thing with the ghost thing, it's really funny because it doesn't make sense.
Well, maybe they'll make it a story point in the movie. I kind of doubt.
I'm curious, actually. I'm morbidly curious because I used to love Beetlejuice so much.
Yeah, but you know, Tim Burton, when he made that Planet of the Apes movie, that's when I kind of like, I don't know.
Oh.
He's not going to hit it out of the park every time I start.
I thought that Planet of the Apes version he did was unwatchable. It was terrible.
Have you guys seen Under the Skin from 2013? No, I haven't. Not kid friendly for sure. Very disturbing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Keep talking.
It's all right.
No, I won't read them. That's the annoying thing about chat is I'll just put it at the bottom. People can read it. And you talk. John Williams is up there with Mozart for me. Good point, says Comic Book Frog.
No, we'll say that. Yeah,
Glenzer, 2 Comic Book Frog. Good point, but I really like to challenge Darkness Comes. Where is he? I didn't even know what you're talking. What is Darkness?
He's a guy that will show up at the auction with very deep pockets, and
right.
well, and sometimes he'll blow everybody else out of the water. But I was going to say, yeah, I agree with you on the music, with the exception of the Avengers. I thought they had a nice theme.
Yeah, the Avengers theme
that had that the crescendo that that's memorable. But I can't remember any other music. I mean, if you hear da 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 da,
yeah,
you know that. I mean, if you're of a certain age, that's you're always Superman, Batman.
But
other than the Avengers, I don't remember any of the music from the MCU.
It's the most immediately. That's the one that that one, the Avengers theme. Except right now, I can't think of it. But when I hear it in a movie, I'll immediately, that's the Avengers theme. But the Superman theme immediately comes to my head. I have to kind of think, how did the Avengers theme go? Because it was the most memorable, but I can't remember it now. It's not that memorable. But the best of them. But if there had been an individual Iron Man theme that swells up when he comes on the screen in an Avengers movie, and I mean, I guess the Spider-Man theme, I guess they're using the 60s cartoon theme, sort of. They use that a lot in
the Ramones version.
Yeah. There's none of them have any identifiable themes. Over at DC, they when they did the reconstructed Justice League, where they redid it because they didn't like what Zack Snyder did, and they used the Tim Burton Batman theme and the John Williams Superman theme to try to make it more palatable to older people. I don't know.
You know what's cool? You are never going to run out of stuff to show on here because you got so much stuff, man.
I don't know. I think I've shown most of my stuff.
Nah, no way. That's
nuts. But the fortunate part about skewing older is most of your audience has forgotten.
Yeah.
Do you know that Gratu loses more subscribers than he keeps?
What? Well,
really?
I think it's just the TDS.
Well,
it's just like the wackiness. Like, I don't know what's up with them. I don't know why they want to be like listening to these. I better shut up, man. These nerds, man.
I am a nerd, but
you're okay. Like, I can't watch Comic Tom. I'd rather kill myself.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I'm not sure who that is.
You're not missing anything. Meyer Greenblatt, Indiana Jones, very memorable. That's another one. If you're of a certain age, you hear 5 notes, of course. You know what you're listening to.
I really liked Blade Runner. I see somebody's Kimberly Vespa. I listen to the Blade Runner soundtrack quite often.
I'm not one person that
Vangelis.
I didn't get it. I did not get that movie.
Gotham City Comics says the Peacemaker song intro was pretty great. Yeah. Most movies today don't have opening credits. They have them at the end. Actually, the Captain America theme at the end of the first Captain America movie was pretty memorable, except I can't remember it now, but I remember it actually had a tune that you could actually hum. But the red scooter in my avatar is the same model used for the Ace. What does that say?
Ace Face
GS. Okay.
Yeah,
Kimberly and her husband have a big collection of scooters.
That would explain it.
I like the Flash Gordon soundtrack. That theme is very memorable. Yes, but that's 1980. I mean, the movies today, it just like there's no nothing's. That theme was amazing. That bike.
We got to do a show with my laptop sometime, because whenever we're able to show them stuff, that's like a whole other thing, a whole other dimension.
Well, this camera's mobile. I just have it set here because we were going to eat a cake here.
Did you ever show them the video that Nick showed us of the guy playing video games and his mom is yelling at him to go to the bathroom?
I've probably shown it. Can you find it on your phone?
I don't.
There's a longer version.
I have to try to remember what to type in.
It's Steve from I Love Disney Comics. I don't know if you're a Flash Gordon fan also, but the new comic coming out later this year, the guy writing it is an excellent writer, and I've every reason to believe that that's going to be a really good series.
Well, that's good.
Something to look forward to.
Lunchtime. I'm basically a mod without a scooter, Kimberly. LOL.
That's cool.
I wish you both, Werewolf and Kimberly, would just come on, because that would be really neat. Then I wouldn't have to.
Yeah, just come on.
Do we know if they have microphones?
I want to listen to your accent.
Well, it's not an accent to him. We're the ones that have accents.
It is to me.
I'll put the link here again. It doesn't remember the link, does it? I got to go back.
How evil.
Yeah, that's.
You're the man again, Eric.
Now, how about you be the man this time?
I want you to break into a song. I want to hear your best Morrissey.
Oh wow, that would be tough.
Okay, we got. I keep hitting I keep trying to hit a button and then it kicks me out of the studio. Someone else has come. No, they aren't.
No.
Okay, copy.
I was the only other one foolish enough to show up.
Yeah, you were brave enough to come on tonight.
And I hate the camera. Okay, like I'm.
So do I. This. I do too.
I'm over here filing my nails like somebody kill me.
So Dr. Fibes, you're becoming quickly a sensation, because
everybody's in love with you.
It's like Higgy Pop came along and he was beloved by everybody, it seems like, and now it seems like everyone's.
You are the new rising star.
You already became a peanut of the day or nut of the day or something like that.
Yeah, that was awesome. I was flattered. That was cool.
I was kind of hoping we'd win something. But
yeah, it's they made me a peanut of the day a few months back.
Yeah, that was cool.
And it's like I'm greeted by the sun, and it's like, "Hi, sun." It's like, well, this is not exactly my personality. It's like,
I thought it was hilarious,
Mr. Sun.
I think it's
kind of like opening a no prize. You know, it's
hilarious. I get a kick out of it.
It's like I'm Snow White. Hello, Mr. Sun. Oh, it's nice. That's not how I am in the morning.
I hope I'm not on here killing your show even more with my ultra evil vibes.
Well,
no, because we have like more people watching than when I do it on my own. I'm lucky to have 15. We got
Cleo. We have to have the yin and the yang, right? We got to have.
Cleo, by my calculations, you're responsible for 12. Dr. Fibes is responsible for 12. That leaves 2. And Gratu and I are both watching on our devices. So there you go. Because we haven't brought shit to this.
I totally disagree.
Well, I would like to remake the Flintstones because I think John Goodman was too ugly as Fred Flintstone, and I will cast you, Eric Green.
You know, the Venkman, he plays around with deep fake all the time, and every time he deep fakes somebody with me, I look like John Goodman.
No,
everyone he does. If he ever shows up again when you're watching, it's especially like he did it for the Flintstones, and seeing me with John. Well, that's kind of unfair, but I mean, all the rest
impossible
of
to hate him.
he's done. He did. What was it? Patrick Swayze and Jennifer Grey. Was that two of them from Dirty Dancing?
Yeah.
Fortunately, I was Patrick Swayze. Anglantine is Jennifer Grey, so at least I was the man.
What?
But like I said, there's deep fake things. It's insane what they can do with this. I mean, have you ever seen them where they can make they basically can make you basically they merge you with whoever the actual person is. Whether it's like I said, Patrick Swayze from Dirty Dancing, Al Pacino and Scarface, seeing me going, say hello to my little friends and blowing her my way. It's unsettling.
Some of these AI trailers that are popping up on YouTube now, where it's like a 1970s trailer for the X-Men or something. Some of them
a lot of 50s. I've seen a lot of 50s ones.
Yeah, it was 50s ones. Yeah.
Yeah, those are fun.
They are.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's all. Have you seen the ones where they do in the 20s? Those are even crazier.
There was one of Supergirl in the 20s, I think. Yeah. That was neat.
They've done an Avengers in the 20s, and like just has some just like giant green guy with overalls as the Hulk, and yeah, I'm fascinated by those.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some cool stuff. Damon Packard has done some really interesting stuff with AI.
Here, right?
He's been on here. He did one like a music video for Ventura Highway, and it's like these cars morph from. It's supposed to be set in the early 70s. Cars morphing, probably accidentally, from station wagons into trucks, and all these hippies with 9 fingers on each hand. And just it's so. There's really some kind of really creepy demonic energy in this AI. It's funny, and then it's very disturbing, but he's having a lot of fun with it, doing weird little clips from imaginary movies that never existed with AI that are just
Groucho, is he the same guy?
Damon Packard.
Is he the same guy that did that fake amusement park where you have those big giant heads chasing people?
No, I don't know who did that one. Damon Packard is
you have to see his COVID movie.
He's an underground. He has one about werewolves that's a COVID movie.
That one is good.
I get nervous because it used to be you couldn't even say COVID on YouTube.
COVID. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You're right.
Just be careful. There's certain words. What was it? That movie he made. He made a movie that he starred in, and he sent it to like every celebrity in Hollywood, the VHS of it. He would put it under people's windshield wipers. He became notorious. Like Sylvester Stallone got like 10 copies of the movie sent to him. It was called Reflections of Evil. And it was made to kind of look like a 1970s TV movie of the week. It even had, I think, the TV movie of the week opening, and he's obsessed with those TV movie of the weeks and Karen Black and that whole time period, and Steven Spielberg kind of going bad. It's like someone that really loved Steven Spielberg as a kid and then watched him disintegrate, and he just has a lot of anger, and he's great. Damon Packard, look up Reflections of Evil and look up Damon Packard's channel.
Whenever I notice people are arguing with him on Facebook, I join in. Not against him.
Yeah, that's probably another reason he's conservative, which is a very hard thing to be in Hollywood.
Absolutely.
Let's see, where am I at? So Meyer admits to being 4 of the viewers. Then he says, "Just kidding, I'm only 2 of the viewers."
You should send us your
That's
phone
why I
number,
laughed.
Dr.
There are
Fives.
4 screens on. Hilarious.
Okay.
So I watch on the TV
Definitely
and
will.
read chat on my phone. Yeah, that's what I do. I don't know if how much YouTube is fooled by that. If it's the same IP address, I don't know. Reflections of Evil is on YouTube. It's great. Yep. Damon Packard. Yes, that's how
I will
it's
definitely
spelled.
check that out.
Yes, definitely.
But what
He's
is
The
this
only
COVID
after
movie?
you've watched the
That's
Paul
one I'm a
Lynn
fan of.
Halloween special, if you haven't seen that yet.
Oh, I have seen that.
the what?
Absolutely.
The Paul
What
Lynn
was it?
Halloween special.
Yes. Yes. And he's got Kiss on there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
it's the most glorious train wreck I've ever seen.
Oh, it is. It is a total train wreck. It is totally.
I saw a documentary on YouTube that explained why that exists, and it goes back to the Bewitched being canceled. He was contractually obligated to make so many appearances on the network, and when Elizabeth Montgomery and William Asher broke up, that killed any chance of season 9, which took some of his appearances out. And so they were just coming up with things to use him in. I guess they were down to 1. And back in those days, I know cocaine was a big deal. And I'm guessing there must have been some coke-fueled production meeting at the network that to allow this to have been greenlit. But yeah, I said it's one. I mean, I recommended that to people that haven't seen it, and they thank me after they do. Because it shouldn't exist.
There's a lot of variety shows with celebrities, the celebrity of the week back then that are equally horrible.
But this, I mean, Paul Lynn and Tim Conway fighting over a woman, and they both lose to Billy Barty. You have
It's as bad as that Star Wars Christmas special.
Oh,
Mrs. Brady, singing whatever the hell it is she was saying. It's just like I said. It's how am I watching it again tonight?
Or the movie Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park. Oh, you got to see that.
Heard about it, but I've never
YouTube. There's some scenes, several scenes of it on YouTube.
Oh, cool.
Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah, it's a quick Kiss story. One of the best customers we've had over the years at the record store. Unfortunately, he's passed, but he was a huge fan of any kind of Americana, folk, and jazz. Those were the genres he loved, and he had thousands of albums of just those genres.
Okay.
So one of the questions that we would ask to pass the time at stores: who had the best first 3 albums of any singer or band? His was Kiss. I'd seen him buy hundreds of records. I'd never seen him buy a hard rock record in my life. But Kiss was his pick for the first 3 albums.
That is interesting.
I thought so.
Wow. Interesting.
That's a question I could. So, like, have you ever? It just like off the top of your head. Could you answer that?
Oh, that's a good question. No, not right away. I'd have to think about it.
And so mine's Elvis Costello.
Okay.
Because as much as I love like the Beatles or the Stones, first couple, even the first couple Dylans. I mean, Dylan didn't really hit his stride until about 4 or 5 records in. So and I Born to Run's my favorite album, has been for almost 50 years now. But as much as I like the first 2, not quite. But so I mean, I was no wrong answers, but I think it's an interesting question.
It is.
Meyer made me crack up because he said he was watching this on 4 screens.
Yeah, this is the movie she's talking about. It's let me make myself a little bigger. Hold on. Solo layout. It's called Howl of the Unvaccinated. It's like an 18-minute. But
you gotta see it.
Yeah, it's really good. It's definitely worth watching.
Oh, I will definitely check it out.
What is the name of this YouTube witch, Susan? She's got like a Slavic last name.
Oh God, what is her name? She's gone now. I think she's abdicated the throne there.
So who's the new goblin in charge?
I don't know.
Who? I'm not familiar with this.
The woman in charge. The woman in charge of YouTube. She's uber left. Her son was found dead in his college dorm.
When?
Recently. Yeah, like within the last couple months.
Yeah, I saw that.
Are you talking about the head of YouTube?
Yeah.
Yes.
Boy, you really want to mess up my channel.
She's gone.
She's gone now.
Oh, okay. This is a lot of fun. This is how we discovered Pinup Palmer, her holiday special. I guess it's called the Gula Day special.
It was nice.
Anyway,
you know what surprises me about it? I'm surprised her channel hasn't blown up.
There she is with the.
Isn't she funny?
Did you hear
she's great, but like I said, she's been stuck on like 68,000 subscribers.
Jared Leto hit on her and took her to his house, and she had like a totally funny, creepy story about it.
Who was it that hit on her?
Oh, you're just gonna leave, and she's like, "Yeah, bye."
Usually, pretty girls get 100,000 just for being pretty, and she's got a ton of substance to go with it. So I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, I think she's got a lot of potential.
Now, is she
found? Well, I was going to tell Cleo, you found a tiki bar from watching this guy that she's all paired with, and he went to it, and he's got video footage he's going to put up of a tiki bar near where he lives.
Oh my God! I wonder how far away the nearest tiki bar is from here.
Mm-hmm.
We might have to make it.
Let me.
You don't have a tiki room?
The place we went to.
We have vacillated with turning the enclosed front porch into a tiki bar or one of the rooms in the basement.
I've got a bunch of tiki stuff.
If we do it in the basement, it could even survive a tornado.
Yeah.
I thought you did, because I listened. First couple of videos I watched of yours, it was like a religious experience. No, you guys. I said first couple of Gratis videos. I was in awe.
Yeah,
I was in a different kind of awe when I watched Pinup Palmer. But yeah, I said the first couple of Gratis videos, like I'm texting my friends saying, "You gotta check out this guy's channel. It's amazing." It's like, and I thought I saw some tiki stuff in one of those, but.
So one day I get this random Facebook friend request from somebody named Orloff, and I'm like, this is the coolest name. What if this is this person's real name? Who is this? So I start trying to look through this profile, and it's all this cool stuff, but everything was so crazy. Like every photo album, and there were so many, each one had 10,000 pictures in it. And I try to see who the heck this is. Nothing. But then I'm a sleuth. I couldn't take it. I couldn't take the mystery. So I was like, I'm going to knock out one of these freaking albums a day until I get a picture and I see who the heck this is. And I start noticing all these other weird Facebook pages. Gratu for president, Gratu for pope, Gratu this, Gratu that. And then, in the middle of all these weird little Gratu things everywhere, I go, oh, DFW, this person is only 4 hours away from me. I swear to you, I was going to commit suicide on a Friday night. And then I didn't, because my friend Brian talked me out of it. We're not friends anymore. No, that's not why we're not friends anymore. Because he gets intimidated by people. who I've made scream.
So you're off track of the story, though.
No, I'm not off track with the story. You are trying to get me off track. So I'm like, all right. And I say this prayer, you know? And I've been wondering, this Gratu Orloff mystery had been driving me a little bit insane. Who is this? What do they look like? Is that their real name? Because that's the coolest name I've ever heard. In the morning, I wake up and I look at my computer and I get this DM from a normal name. And it says, hello, Gratu and I are the same person.
Oh,
she's here.
Yeah, I didn't see her there. I wonder how long have you been waiting, Kimberly?
Probably about 10 minutes.
Oh sorry. God. I don't see too well. Can you turn your phone sideways so we get the cinema scope? So
oh my God, you look so different.
There you go.
I'm used to seeing her with this like lioness hair.
Yes.
You look so different.
Shit. I'm like blind. I'm blind.
So are we. These are not helping me that much.
Yeah, we're looking at a little tiny phone that's about 3 feet away from us. I can't read it at all.
So I get this message the next day after I almost kill myself and I say this prayer and the mystery becomes unveiled. I have a confession. Gratu and I are the same person. I said, damn it. Good thing I didn't kill myself. Who the fuck is this? And here we are.
Wow. Amazing story. Yeah.
So you'll always have that, Ken. You're preferable to suicide.
Dallas, but we never went to it.
No.
We went instead to an art exhibit by the Hancock brothers. They have these pinball conventions in Dallas that go on for a whole weekend where people bring their pinball machines and set them up, and there's a whole giant. It's kind of like a vintage cars.
Oh my God!
It's like a vintage car show where they actually let you get in and turn the ignition and drive it around the block. You know.
How long have you got left on that recording? Maybe you should knock that off.
It hasn't been bothering us. Oh, shit.
Look at that.
I don't know. Yeah, let me go. Maybe I should stop that because that Wi-Fi might be sucking the Wi-Fi out. Anyway.
We're using too much broadband. It's starting to go wacky.
I don't know. Can you hear them?
Can you guys hear us?
Yeah,
I hear you.
Yeah, we hear you, but you were freezing a lot.
Yeah, you were getting real choppy.
We were freezing?
Yeah.
Yes.
At one point, all three of you were like, the little screens were black and just kind of like spinning. And I'm telling him to stop recording this crazy Christmas music and using all the, the bandwidth. Maybe it'll get better.
So
you guys were freezing earlier, but not now for me.
Oh, he turned up the music louder. Now it's even harder.
I can hear when the song is.
I know, but now it's harder for me to hear them.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yada. So
now Kimberly, are you a comics fan? Are you into comic books, or what brought you to the channel?
Just really, really good friends, and I started purchasing comic books back in the 70s.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. So always collectibles, comics. Always been into like really nerdy stuff. So yeah, I started buying basically comic books. I would say probably like the mid 70s.
Okay, yeah. I started in the early 70s, late 60s is when I got my first. Yeah.
I would have, but I was buying baseball cards at that time.
Yeah, I remember when they were like dirt cheap comic books. You could go with like, $1 and go buy like a few comic books. It was
Yep.
that was actually pretty cool. Then I remember in the
like
late
on a
80s,
laptop, man. This is
early
torture.
90s,
Little tiny
they
squares.
got pretty expensive, and now they're like super expensive.
Yeah. But I don't really have an interest in the later ones, the new stuff. It doesn't do anything for me. There might be a few, but very few.
It's been a while since I bought anything that was like really, really new. It's been kind of a long time. Yeah. Because there was always
So now
so many spin-offs, and they'd have this spin-off and that spin-off and this character. It was just getting to be like too much. Trying to keep up with everything.
Now you're friends with Cleo, correct? You know Cleo?
I've known Cleo for 20 over 23
23 years.
Yeah, about 23 years.
But actually, I hadn't met your husband before, and it was a weird situation because it was this big barbecue full of like these weird people, and he had shown up with his friend Kevin, and they were the only two that showed up on scooters, and I was like, there's like all these like weirdos, right?
Yeah,
like this big old park full of weirdos.
Miami.
No, we were in Fort Lauderdale at the time.
Oh yeah, all those half those people were probably on cocaine or something. God knows what.
They were insane.
South Florida. South Florida is terrible.
Insane.
Man, Dark Ride Dracula's in the chat. Dark Ride, would you be willing to come on, man? I'd love to meet you and your girlfriend. Let me see if I can put hold on. Let me get the invite guest thing. Let's see. Copy. Okay. Then I go here. Post comment. Yeah. Okay. Paste. Chat. Anyway, depending if Dark Ride, if you click the link that's in the chat, that would be great. If you want to come on for a little bit. Myers says, welcome, Kimberly. And Glinzer says, does E own Eric a royalty? Oh, Eric a royalty for playing that Yoshin duet. I guess E is Englantine.
It's one of those deep fake things, and it is as creepy as it is hysterical. How much I look like the fat guy with the beard. And it's just, like I said, it's unsettling. But we played it and got a copyright strike these are like these. It's like some Yiddish duo from 40 years ago. But that song he's talking about, Metallica covers it when they play over there. And
what song?
There's a video of them doing that song.
Was it a copyright strike or a copyright claim?
It might have just been a claim, but it's I can't remember the name of the group, but it's two guys, and through deep fake, Venkman made him look like Englantine and me, and it's hysterical. It's like they're just two old idiots doing some kind of stuff, but the song actually it sounds, it's like they're like bopping up and down going Yoshin Spas or whatever. They're actually talking about someone killing an entire village of people. you don't get that listening to it's a. Are you sure you're okay, Cleo?
No, I'm never okay. It's kind of my thing.
I noticed I haven't seen you light up. Did you kick the smoking habit finally?
I haven't been smoking for many years.
I thought, okay, because that's right. Now I remember.
I think I told you that once in a while I'll have a smoky treat. That's what's wrong with me. It's been like a year since I had a cigarette. I think it's time for a couple of cloves.
I think it's been longer than that, hasn't it?
No, it was like January last year. I was like really pissed off because my friend died.
Oh yeah, you went in the bathroom upstairs
and smoked like a whole pack of cigarette for like it took me like a week.
Yeah, there's a ventilation,
but I don't get hooked anymore.
There's a fan in the bathroom, but it just ventilates to this elevator shaft, which just
so
means
must have
it goes
been
to
very
the other
smoky.
floors, really. Yeah.
I used to enjoy smoking pipe, but I used to buy all different types of pipe tobacco. I used to love it, but after years and years of breathing all the nasty stuff that I would breathe on my job, I decided I need to just stay away from it totally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How many years has it been since you stopped inhaling all the?
It's been well, I retired in 2012.
Good.
Yeah.
Because they say it takes like 7 years for all the cells to turn over and.
Yeah, and I was breathing a lot of nasty stuff, a lot of chemicals and asbestos and smoke. So.
I was just a chain smoker for like 27 years. I smoked a lot.
Yeah, it's bad.
I can't believe I quit, but with this guy, I seem to keep kicking all the bad stuff.
Good.
The first thing I was all the psychotropic meds. It's like something's wrong here. None of it helps. Side effects. One different cocktail after another, no avail. And I finally stood up to the doctor. I said, I'm not doing this anymore. All right? It's not happening.
Good for you. Good. Gratu, you're a good influence.
So that was like in 2016. And then like a year later, got rid of the binge drinking and the cigarettes. Now I have to try to unfatify because I need surgery. I have 2 hernias. I can barely walk very far or stand very long at all or get anything done. And I have to lose like 70 pounds, they said, to get these surgeries. And I've only lost like 20 something that I know of. So I have a ways to go.
Yeah, it's tough. I know.
Yeah, I used to smoke when I was in the military, and it took me a long time to kick it. Like I would quit for like sometimes a year, 2, 3 years, and then start back up again. But finally, my husband also would just nag me incessantly about smoking, and then I finally was able to quit. Probably just from being nagged. But how expensive? Because back in the day, I get a carton of cigarettes in the military for like $7 a carton, so it was cheap. You know what I'm saying? And now people are paying $6-7 for like one pack of cigarettes. Whoa.
I couldn't believe how expensive it is. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I was shocked.
The prices, yeah, it's like whoa.
Oh, it's insane.
I mean, I don't think people can afford to smoke. I mean, for real. I just don't know how they can afford it. It's just terrible. A lot of people do like vapes.
They suck. You still want to smoke.
Yeah, I see a ton of people that do vapes. You know, it's just like, whoa, looks like
it's bubblegum flavor. Damn it, I need a cigarette.
Yeah. Yep.
I have a few of my pipes. Oh, here's one right here.
Yeah, but at least pipes smell good.
Yeah, pipe tobacco does smell really, really good.
I used to like cigarette smoke, but now it irritates my sinuses.
He's stealing my ass. The camera falls over.
You're getting clumsy like Gratu.
Yeah, I've got this. I've got a mic connected to me, and so when I stood up, it pulled the phone over. But this.
You forgot.
Yeah. So there we go. This pipe right here, it's a little Sherlock Holmes pipe.
Oh yeah.
I got this right across the street from Harrods in London, and
it's really nice.
Yeah, it's the actual briarwood, real hard wood that they make these pipes out of. But yeah, it was a cool one that I
really cool
that I got, and I have another one.
I've never smoked pipe tobacco before. Now you're getting me curious.
Yeah, it's not good for you.
Sure.
But I liked it. I liked, you can get different flavors. Cherry Cavendish, apple, and has kind of a sweet flavor to it.
Somehow they all smell good.
This one right here is called Meerschaum, and what it is it's like a coral that they get out of the ocean.
Oh.
And they're able when they pull it out of the ocean, it's soft, and they can carve it, into all different types of. My wife did this one for me, and anyway, then it gets real hard when you dry it. And when you smoke this, if you smoke it for many years, I have another one that I smoked for quite a few years. It starts turning kind of a rose color.
Oh.
And yeah, the actual tar and nicotine starts soaking into it.
They get like seasoned, right? Like they have.
Yeah, exactly.
Seasoned. Okay, gotcha.
That's exactly.
My friends used to work at a smoke shop, and they would
Yep.
sometimes.
Need a Coke? Did you want it?
Oh, just
or are you saving it for cake?
I was saving it for cake.
You guys still haven't tried that cake?
No, I'm waiting on her to get hungry.
It's because we went out and had dinner, and it's just like, oh man, to eat again.
Well,
I've lost my stomach has been shrinking from eating these little factor meals, so it's like it's not the same. There's days that I'm really hungry, and there's days that I'm like, no.
Those are good, but yeah, they're kind of small. Those factor meals, yeah.
When I first ate one, I was like, are you kidding me? I need 2. But now I can most of the time I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm all right now.
So if you had to name one of your favorite ethnic meals, what would it be? What country?
Me or him?
Any of you guys. Eric, Cleo, what would it be?
Man, right now
Kimberly.
I miss Ethiopian food, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite. But so my favorite, at this point it's like Thai food because I need the spiciest food possible to help me with my sinuses. But that's not that exciting, but that's what helps.
I miss the quesadilla from that. What was that restaurant we used to go to?
Oh, I took him to a restaurant. It was a lady from Hidalgo, and she had like pre-Mexican food. So it was like old Aztec food, like weird black mushrooms and.
Oh wow!
What was in the quesadilla I would get?
Well, you were being boring like always, so you were getting like ham and cheese. He was getting like ham and cheese, and I'd be like, "Dude, put the green salsa on it. Come on."
Quesadilla about the size of half of a
and
pizza.
But we would do it up like a taco. We would put like the chopped onion and cilantro in it, and like the green salsa, and it was a giant tortilla that was handmade, so it was like a little bit thick.
Wow.
But this chick was really cool because she would make all kinds of stuff like tacos and I'm trying to remember what else. The quesadillas, something called sopes, which was like a kind of like a Taco Bell Mexican pizza, but the base is like a thick masa tortilla thing, right?
Yep.
But so she had like a really big menu of like toppings, so you could order everything like a pizza, including mashed potatoes. So we would get these really good burritos with mashed potatoes, and what was it, like fresh cheese?
It was good food, but it was one of these restaurants. What was it called again?
Oh my god! I even worked there for a little while, right? But I pissed her off.
I did a video.
I remember you talking about that. Oh man!
Way back when I did a video showing me pulling up to that restaurant.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name, but there were all these words painted on the window that made no food I've never heard of. It's a restaurant I never would have gone into until I met
You know what?
her.
We don't remember because I changed the name of the restaurant to the Mean Lady Restaurant.
Oh yeah, it's like she said, I want to get food from the Mean Lady tonight.
That's what I would say all the time.
And she'd have to call and order the food, then I'd go pick it up.
Nobody knew English.
And then, and they knew enough English that I could pay for it with a debit card. And then one time, the owner's daughter, when I was paying, she asked me, "Do you want the recipe?" And I said, "What?" I thought, but then she pointed. She meant the receipt. She's calling it the recipe. Well, sure. I guess I'll take the recipe.
Well, like I made the lady mad because we would like call different things, and I didn't know what she was talking about one day, and she was like trying to joke around with me in kind of an inappropriate way. Like she had this cook that was Cuban, and she was doing this like weird, like flirty thing between me and him. I was like, "Hey, lady, I'm married," and like you're like, knock it off, And so she didn't really like me, like kind of like bucking up to her. And then I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. So I told the Cuban guy to translate her Mexican for me. And she gave me the dirtiest look, dude. She was like, "I'm done with you." And then, like, I'm leaving and she's like, "Don't come back till I call you." And she never called me back. Fuck her, man.
So, Eric, what would you pick?
I was thinking about that. Why I don't really have one.
No.
What about Hare Krishna food?
I mean, I said, my brother won't eat anything that's not plain. I'm far from that, but I don't really get exposed to that much. But I mean, there's not much I won't try. But it's I think what stops me now is everything's so expensive.
Yeah.
If I'm going to stick with what I know I'm going to like, because I can't afford to spend $20 on something and not like it after a bite.
Yeah, we went to a restaurant. What was called El Fatouche? What was that Mediterranean?
What do you mean El Fatouche? Dude, man.
Was it just called Fatouche?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm mixing up two different cultures. Sorry.
Yeah, I love Fatouche sandwich. So, Kimberly, what would you pick?
Well, being from South Florida, I'd say Cuban food. And my husband, his family's Cuban, so we like to cook Cuban food.
Oh, nice. So you're getting the real deal.
Yeah. So, I learned recipes from my mother-in-law and stuff like that. So,
And I'm connected to them. I'm connected to them that way because my stepdad was from Cuba. That's why I'm like so anti-commie.
Sure.
He used to make fun of me, like when I would prepare food when I was a little girl, and I would always try to give everyone an even portion. He would be like, "Esta niña es una comunista," because I wanted everything to be so even. Ridiculous.
No, it's just my OCD.
Yeah, exactly.
So what's one of the better restaurants around you, Eric? I mean, like what would you go to as far as like, hey, this is one of my favorite meals?
Oh God, we don't have nothing ethnic by any stretch.
Doesn't even have to be ethnic.
There's a place that I like to go to. It's called Drake's. It's just sort of like burgers and sushi. But it's got really nice atmosphere. It's but there's nothing particularly special about it. And so I mean, I just like I said, to me, food is kind of like driving. As long as I get from point A to point B, that's really all I look for in a car. And like for meals, as long as it tastes good and it fills me up. I'm not really not that any more adventurous than that.
So this tiki bar that we went to.
Hates the most is sorry.
No, go ahead, Cleo.
What Gratu hates the most is Indian food. I'm always like, how dare you?
I love Indian.
You're ruining my childhood.
I love it. It's one of my favorites.
Like I had some that was good. Yeah,
he's had some he's liked. stick to the
I'd
butter
rather
chicken,
stick
man,
to-
and the
I'd rather stick to
samosas.
Mexican or Italian or some of that. What was the Middle Eastern dish I liked? Fattoush.
I don't know, grilled chicken, you adventurous man, you.
Grilled
Yeah, but
chicken.
it didn't taste like normal.
Because you were eating the whipped up olive oil that seemed buttery and garlicky.
Oh yeah.
That's what you like. That's your big, yeah.
Well, that's foreign enough to be.
That's what he
cosmopolitan.
this guy calls everything foreign, man.
Well, it is foreign. It's not from a normal country like the United States.
Oh my god.
There's a place in Austin called Demasi's, and it's like a Mediterranean grill, and they have like the brick oven where they cook the bread, and it's all puffy. And
Oh, I love it.
That place was really, really good. They had, the baklava and all kinds of like really good salads. They had like lamb and like fried like cauliflower and all kinds of cool stuff there. We used to like going to Demasi's.
Kim,
you know,
you took me to that death. You remember you took me to that death metal pizza? I felt like I was in a damn David Lynch movie. It's kind of
like
weird in there, man.
It was called Howick's
It
Death
was like
Metal
so
Pizza.
satanic, and it was all red, like Dr. Phibes' place.
Yeah, was that when I was dressed like a zombie nurse? Was it that night?
Maybe I was there for like 4 days, and I had an altercation per day.
Yeah, I remember we were
Were
out
you
for
with me, or was Gia with me when a lady got out of her car and then I chased her back into her car?
Yeah, I probably wasn't there. I think I was working, but I remember we went out. I was a zombie nurse for like Halloween, and we had a lot of fun on
to
Halloween.
a food truck that had like all these cool sandwiches. They were like named after like Nirvana and stuff.
Yep,
they were good.
And then you had some friend in like a Devo hat or something, a Devo power helmet.
I didn't know that guy, but I took a picture with him because he looked cool.
Oh,
no, I didn't know that guy. I did have a friend that we went to go see though. Some girl with a red curly hair.
That's right.
That was the friend.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a guy with like a Devo power helmet on in like Austin. Austin's real random like that though. Just feel like
I love the night of Halloween. Do you remember there was a guy that looked exactly like Teen Wolf from the 80s movie? And he was like climbing trees and like running across the top of buses.
Yeah, he was on top of the bus. He jumped off like
he was insane.
off of the bus. Yep.
And we saw the people from El Chavo del Ocho. We saw like people dressed like the Mexican characters, like La Chilindrina and El Chavo del Ocho, and all kinds of cool people everywhere.
Yeah, what's weird?
Like little kids.
Yeah, they dress like little kids. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we live out in the country, so there's really not a lot of like restaurants here. There's like country restaurants. There's like one Mexican restaurant. But where we used to live over in Northeast Georgia, where they actually filmed Deliverance, ironically, there's these really good, it's become really popular. So there's like this really good Cuban restaurant and bar, weird, that opened up. Oh, no, Northeast Georgia, where we used to live.
Oh.
Out in Rabun County, Rabun and Habersham County up there. It's called The Hush. It's like a Cuban restaurant and bar. It's just weird because you would never, and I think a Puerto Rican restaurant opened up. This was like deep country, like, like I said, Deliverance was filmed there, and there's all these like
Deliverance was filmed there. Oh my god,
it's good. Bring some fresh blood to these places, but yeah, it's kind of weird. Like we actually did a Cuban restaurant in like Clayton, Georgia, and like 10 years ago, they would have been like Cuban food. What's that? And it's like super popular. Yeah, and the food is a little bit expensive, but yeah, because it's real touristy. It's really weird because it's actually very touristy over there now.
What is Kellen eating these days?
Pretty much anything that we're eating.
Because like last time I talked to you, she was into like cabbage.
She gets on these little kicks, but yeah, no. She likes to make a lot of like stuff, come up with like really weird recipes, stuff like that. But she's been pretty much eating what we've been eating.
I like to hear about how she was obsessed with cabbage. It was reminding me of my obsession with cabbage, and how I wanted to write all this music with, because all the letters are like musical notes, and writing this music with just like all of those letters, and I wanted to start this like orchestra with like 14 people. Yeah.
If you would make like fried cabbage, cabbage soup, all kinds of funky cabbage.
It was funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I've not made anything with cabbage in kind of a long time, but coleslaw.
Over here we eat grilled cabbage.
Yeah, grilled cabbage is good.
I like it.
One of the main things I miss about Texas is the briskets.
Oh, I bet. I love.
Because we live in Alabama, and like barbecue here is very dry.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some nice barbecue places, but your average barbecue place, they give you what they call briskets. It's just super dry. So I want to learn how to cook like a good brisket.
Yeah.
Because here they, nothing can hold a candle to Texas barbecue. It's just so damn good out there, That is one thing for sure I do miss about Texas is definitely the barbecue places. Really,
the brisket here is okay.
Is it?
Have we had brisket here?
I have. I don't know what you're doing.
But when we go into a barbecue restaurant here, it doesn't smell like a Texas barbecue restaurant. Why is that?
I don't know.
I mean, there's a definite smell to a Texas place.
And they have like specials. So like one day it'll smell like smoked chickens in there because that's like the special. But there's still a lot of stuff on the menu that you could get anytime. There's always brisket for sure. What about burnt ends?
Oh, the burnt ends. Oh my gosh.
Love them.
And the jalapeno and cheddar sausage? You could always get that. But yeah.
We don't have that here, man. These people like bland food, dude. They're like influenced by the Amish.
Do you think so?
Yeah, because what are they eating? They're eating like a pile of mashed potatoes with gravy, and it's like shredded prime rib, and it's like on a piece of toast. It's like an open face sandwich, and they call that a hot beef sandwich.
I want to try.
I never ate that anywhere before.
I want to try Amish pie. I always heard their pie was amazing.
Oh, that's another thing. They'll have like a pile of mashed potatoes with these like homemade egg noodles that are like covered in gravy and that shredded prime beef.
That sounds kind of like goulash. Sounds kind
of, but there's no tomato.
Wait, beef stroganoff.
Yeah, stroganoff.
Is there like sour cream in it?
No,
sour cream and
just gravy.
Huh.
Sounds good to me.
It is
sounds
good. Like beef stroganoff, but
and sometimes they do it with loin.
Huh.
And sometimes it's like this. It's like this thinly shaved loin that's been marinated well. And at first I was iffy, but then it was totally delicious.
Here, I think most people are of German descent, or what was the other?
I don't know, man. I think they're like a bunch of weird Nords.
I would say the average woman is about your height, Kimberly.
Even taller. This lady is like 7 feet tall, and then she wears a giant bun on top of her head. She's an Anunnaki, I tell you.
How tall is you? How tall are you?
Huh? I'm 5'11".
Oh.
No.
These women are easily 6'2" at least.
Dude, no. She's 7 feet tall.
The women here are okay. I thought I was tall in Texas. I'm 6 foot. Here I'm looking up to most women.
Wow.
And I'd say 3/4 of everybody, men and women, are blonde or were blonde before they got old. I mean, so this is, I think it's a very Germanic place. And
they kind of talk a little bit like the people in that Fargo movie, just a little bit.
I don't notice that.
I noticed it. And it rubs off on me. And someone the other day was like, ha, you're so funny, Cleo. You're starting to talk like them.
She
Oh yeah. That's like
she
his
talks differently when she's on video. Right now, she's doing a voice. This is not her normal voice.
What's my normal voice?
More like that. I don't know. It's like it's a performance voice.
Well, that was a silly voice that I did just now.
Yeah, but when she used to drink.
Oh, those are all kinds of voices. Forget about it.
She would start sounding like a New Yorker, and it was really, it was funny, but then it got unfunny, and it was like a completely, it was like a possession.
Yeah, there was this
it was
weird
a
stuff
completely
going on.
different person, and it was a New York accent, and that was funny. It was like Betty Boop, and then it became more like something really terrifying. But that's why it's good that she doesn't do that anymore. But I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't been hammered in like 7 years or something. How long have you been sober, Eric?
32.
Did you say 32 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a long time. I
was really, really drunk in 90 and 91.
That was well done. I don't plan to do it again. I have like a drink or two, and that's it. I don't care beyond that.
Yeah, exactly.
This food is good because it ain't from New York City, says Glenser.
What the heck?
New York City. I guess these are. No, I'm on the wrong comment. I guess these are inside jokes. I don't know.
We bring the Geeky Puppet Show with us everywhere we go.
Cat. Okay, these are comic. This is probably Geeky Puppet Show inside jokes, possibly.
No, this is the Connie commercial.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's where that's you got it. That's where that came from. And there's a YouTuber that Ken probably knows, Jericho Green. You ever seen him?
Do you know?
He's a black conservative that he's really, really good. Well, I
think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
He dropped out on one of his videos one day, and then I started using it on the Geeky Puppet Show because most of the stories are set in New York, and it became a trope. So that's what that's from. So yeah, it's the Mariko Tamaki thing from a few minutes before that. All of the comic books she writes are set in food courts and bistros because that's all she knows. So whenever people start talking food, somebody will say Mariko Tamaki's entered the chat.
So
that's
okay.
So what kind of food do you like, Dr. Fibes?
Everything. Honestly, everything. I've tried food all over the world, and I'll try anything. I've tried some crazy stuff.
I won't try frog legs.
I have.
No, never.
I took a bite once and I didn't like it. You like it?
I can't say that I like it, but I didn't hate it. It was definitely edible to me. I don't really
like it, and I don't like squirrel, man. I got a lot of peer
I had squirrel.
To try the freaking squirrel. You like squirrel?
No, I don't like it. You know, it's real greasy, and it's like eating a rat.
I was about to get mad at you.
It's like eating a rat.
Yeah, it's gross.
Well, aren't squirrels just rats with fluffy tails?
Yeah.
It's got a squirrel recipe. I will not try it. If I can identify the critter, I don't want to eat it. If I can see what it was or whatever. One time somebody gave me a big cow tongue to cook, and it was literally two-tone. It was black and white. I think I've heard people can make it into tacos or something, but
yeah, tamales. They put it in tamales.
We cooked it for our dogs because it was this big, giant, black and white two-tone cow tongue, and it was just ugh.
That might have weirded me out too, but I gotta admit, you give me a regular purple or whatever colored tongue it is, and I'm gonna make a lot of tacos, and I'm gonna be very happy.
Yeah, the tacos are amazing.
If it's got eyeballs or if it's got a tongue, just if it looks like somebody at my, I'm also a nurse, and one time for Halloween, people were making funny desserts and food that looked like something that looked like a brain, and I
don't like that kind of stuff.
Right? Or if something looks like a body part or something, I'm like, I just can't get past that.
I'm not doing it.
It really looks like a brain.
It better be real.
So I worked with a fireman who his uncle owned a pig farm, and I tried Rocky Mountain oysters.
Oh man!
So did I. I didn't like.
Yeah,
it.
so
I heard
he brought them
they're
in one
fried.
morning. We had them with breakfast, and you fry them. And to me, it tasted similar to liver. I thought it was a lot, kind of this consistency of liver, and it had a little bit of that kind of flavor.
I don't know what these people did over here, but they were tangy, and I gave them to my dog. I was like, I'm not eating these tangy balls, dude.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of them. I didn't care. But I tried it.
He was mad that I was giving them to the dog. He's like, don't give those to her. I was like, get out of here. She likes them.
Oh, yeah.
That's not right, because she doesn't know what it is.
Well, she likes it.
She likes it.
If they like it and it's nutritious, they can have it, you know? That's what we do with our dogs.
I wasn't going to eat
like that tongue. Because I felt bad somebody gave it to me. Oh, here you go. And I was just like, oh, what am I going to do with this? Like I said, I just cooked it and you know.
Yeah, you got to take the rough part off. You know, there's that real leathery.
Rough tongue.
Yes, that part you got to cut off. And the inside is more tender if you cook it right.
Oh, yeah, here I see in the stores a lot chicken legs. Like, I mean, not legs, the feet.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I
used to be obsessed with taking pictures of those.
I mean, and they got the little nails on them. And, oh, God.
Yeah.
Like, literally, you'll go, they're great, but nah, that's okay. That's all right. They look like reptile feet. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
yes, they do.
So one time, this was an old girlfriend.
Look at Myers like Gratu's face.
So anyway, her mother was from Seoul, Korea. Ooh. And so she had, and I love Korean food. So she was having me try Korean food, all different types. And she was eating this like, looked like almost like potato chips, but they were thin. And anyway, she said, Martin, you should try these. So I did, and I tried it. And I was like, oh, I don't care for this. It tastes real fishy. And it tasted like fish food, that smell, that smell that you get from sprinkling fish food into a aquarium. Anyway, it was baby eels. It was dried baby eels, and when you looked at them, you could see their eyes and everything. Still, it was pretty nasty.
Gross.
But what about alligator tail?
Yeah.
Isn't that good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all right. Out of all the weird crap I've tried, that one was all right. They gave me a piece of water moccasin, and I was like, I don't really like it.
Ew.
What?
Yeah, I've tried snake.
Gross.
And snake has that.
It was my neighbor was trying to gross me out. He came over with this nice plate of fried stuff. Would you like some food? I already knew it was weird, and I said, all right, I'll try it. And then, you know what? I said, this is all right, but this sucks. And he thought I was going to get, like, all crazy about it, and I was like, yeah, I don't care. That one's good, and that one sucks. And he was really disappointed because he thought I was going to, like, freak out.
What about what to eat?
Last summer, some friend of yours wanted to give you it was like a cow skull, like everything boiled off of it. What was it? You told me it was the eyes and the brain, and what was it? She was going to melt everything off the skull and hand it to you.
Yeah, that's right.
Could you describe that? I'm probably not describing it right.
She told me she was going to give me a bunch of head meat or something.
Oh, head cheese, right?
No, not really. She was just gonna give me all this crazy like head meat to make tacos out of.
What kind of insane?
He's like, what kind of insane? And I'm like,
I don't care.
To a real taco truck.
I've tried head cheese as well. I don't care for head cheese. It's like just chewing on a bunch of gristle, really.
Yeah.
Does that look kind of like a cheese ball?
Yeah.
Is that brain?
Right. I used to eat brain tacos. I don't care.
What? What's wrong?
Tacos de sesos. He's going, oh. He's all creeped out.
They had frog legs at this local restaurant. I always thought frog legs were individual legs, but it's like the whole bottom part of the frog. You see its butt.
The butt did him in, man.
You see the frog's butt and its feet, webbed toes and everything. It's kind of insane.
Oh, and the little black nails. The little tiny reptilian.
I'm the same way. We went to like a Chinese buffet, like a huge king buffet, and they had like baby octopuses, like
Oh, I love
buffet.
octopus.
Oh my god! It was like all these little baby. I felt so bad for these little baby octopuses. I was just like, ew.
Squid.
Listen, I got so mad at my sister one day because okay, so we had these little Chinese neighbors. It was like a 12 and 13-year-old sisters, and I didn't really care for them. I was like, whatever, guys. But they had like a little 8-year-old brother, a little chubby boy, and he was like kind of on his own, and like those girls were like neglecting him. And he was getting bullied by people in Miami, by the way, in the neighborhood. And they knew that he would have money sometimes, and they would rob the little kid. The little 8-year-old boy. I noticed that, and I got so mad, and I like became his bodyguard. So one day he goes, I want you to come into my house. And I told my sister, hey, the kid wants me to go in his house. Come with me. You know, she was younger. I was like 19, so she was like 14. And he goes, I'm going to show you something. He's all excited. And he took us in the bathroom, and he had these big turtles in the bathtub. And I was like, oh, cool. And they were pretty big. And my sister goes, you're going to eat them, aren't you? And I got so mad at her. I was like, shut up. And as soon as she goes, you're going to eat them, aren't you? And I say, shut up. He goes, yes, we have big feast. I started cracking up, and I was like, dude, I thought you were just a biatch, but you were right. This is such a terrible story.
Well, it's like in Florida, Central Florida.
I thought they were his pets.
Central Florida, they make it's like a turtle soup. They take those, like the soft shell turtles, they hang them up, you know, they butcher them and all that stuff, and yeah, they actually make turtle soup out of those like big, like they're like a hog nose soft shell or something like that.
There's some good comments here. What is balut?
I don't know. Let me see.
I used to eat a lot of Filipino food. I like Filipino food.
My record player wouldn't spin. Think it's dying. Wanted to listen to the Sugar Cube second album. Got it working. Phew.
Oh, eggs.
Beza. That means head. I know that.
Head.
Mondo Cani, the restaurant.
That's what's happening here.
It's a Filipino. I can't read. If a Filipino ever offers you balut, watch out.
I know how to cuss people out.
Okay.
I used to live in a Filipino neighborhood, and all I remember is the bad words like titi, pek, putang ina mo, bakla. Say them all, man. I'm gonna get him in trouble. He's like, I'm never having this witch on my channel again.
This is a comic
and
book
I'm
channel.
like, this is why
teaching everybody Filipino curse words.
I belong on Rumble. I can't be on here, man.
So it's a fermented egg, Meyer Greenblatt says.
Ew.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
That sounds nasty.
This thing, now that we got this not free plan of StreamYard, it says if you do a live feed, it'll send it to 3 different destinations. So I could be sending this to Rumble, YouTube, and somewhere else all at the same time. I don't know how to do that.
You have a Rumble channel set up.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Well, you better learn. Because if they ever zap you on here, you can have everything over there. But there's no real zapping going on anymore, which is like
weird. They zapped a friend of ours, Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills. Of course, he was doing an 1.5-hour specials on different Playboy Playmates and showing all the pictures.
Some asshole reported him, man.
I may probably, but it's a nearly fully developed baby bird in a blackish shell. Oh.
Ew.
Horrible.
Gross.
Even I wouldn't try that.
No, I wouldn't.
I would try all kinds of stuff, but I won't try that.
Yeah.
Not to sound like meatloaf or anything, but no.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
I'll
I
do
immediately
anything
thought
but
of meatloaf.
not
with that
that.
song.
How did we get into this discussion? I thought
I
we were
don't know,
gonna
but
eat cake.
We're talking about food.
now we certainly ain't.
No,
That's
I
like-
still want to eat the cake.
My-
Get this taste out of my mouth. It's this imaginary taste.
Okay, one more nasty story. This guy tried to freak me out because I used to live in Japan, and we went to a shish kebab place, and I'm like, why is he being nice to me? This guy is such a, and so he goes, try one of mine, and I'm like, oh, he's being nice. I'll go with it. Okay. And as I'm eating it, I didn't really like it. I was like, this is kind of bland and tough. And he was all, it's horse. And I'm like, well, it sucks. But he thought I was going to like freak out. And I didn't
freak
care.
out.
I was like, your horse sucks. The pumpkin skewers are better.
Yeah, I tried that in Paris.
And
once.
how was it?
I didn't care for it.
Exactly. Because it sucks.
Yeah, I agree. Now, my wife, we tried andouette, it's called. It's a real common French dish. And what it is tripe. It's like, menudo. And
I like menudo.
Oh,
Yeah.
like intestines.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Oh,
It's the
I'll eat
intestines.
that all day,
Intestinal
every day.
lining, right?
Yeah, my wife hated it. I liked it. I thought it was good, but she hated it.
Okay, so I know exactly what's in the menudo, but how was that prepared? How?
It's not done in a soup. It's more of a gravy. So it's like chopped up into pieces, and it's in a gravy and seasoned a certain way. And I thought it was delicious, but she thought it tasted just like shite.
It was like herby,
Yeah,
because they like a lot of like thyme and tarragon and stuff like that, right?
I think so. Yeah, there was like a gravy, and
know what?
I thought it was very tasty.
If I have to say who has the best food, I think maybe they take the cake.
Yeah,
The French.
Is it rubber? Is it rubbery or is it
a
like
little bit. It is. It's a little bit. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I'm
This
not
part
eating
got
no
little-
snails. I haven't tried it.
Right?
I'm not gonna try it.
Escargot. Ew.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love it. I love escargot. The French,
Ew.
I think the French
Are they-
have the best food. It's just unbelievable. No matter where you go in France, you go to the little mom and pop places, you go to the nice places, incredible food. And their desserts, of course, nobody can touch the patisseries and things that they have. I mean, just unbelievable.
Their food is so good. You look at it and it looks boring. You're like, this is like chicken with potatoes, and then you're like, oh my god, it's so delicious.
She wants to go to this restaurant that has Chinese pizza. What's the story on it?
I don't know. It looks weird. It's like called Fang's Pizza or something. It's got like a crab rangoon pizzas and stuff.
It's not run
I've
by
tried it.
Chinese people,
Whoa.
though. It's
Sounds good to me.
It sounds good.
Right?
Yeah.
yeah. I gotta get her out of. We have to go to a.
I haven't left
city.
this town in 2 years.
Yeah. I need to take her to John Wayne's hometown. I want to take her to the House on the Rock, which is in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to start doing things. I gassed the car up on March 1st, and I'm only now getting down to half a tank, which
Wow.
means I don't have to gas it up again until the end of June. What are people saying here? French makes some really good fries.
Hey, those were my first words. Not mom and dad. My first words ever were French fries and ketchup. Born to be fat.
The first word I learned to spell was Esso because we were always on the road driving around.
Oh.
And Esso, well, you're too young to
Oh,
remember.
yeah.
I know what you're talking
Esso
about.
was
ESSO.
what Exxon used to be called.
Yeah, you told me that before. I didn't know that, but
Yeah,
I'm familiar.
yeah.
My sister's first words were burglar and rice.
That shows the neighborhood you grew up in. What Esso is not
Neighborhood? You mean household?
oh, What isn't eso a Spanish word? Doesn't it mean this?
But that would be one S.
Oh yeah, okay. But it's pronounced the same way.
Yeah.
Okay. And if someone's last name is Mata, doesn't that mean kill them?
No, not really. I can say eso me mata. That kills me. I can tell you te voy a matar. I'm going to kill you.
But if someone's name is Juan Mata and you say Juan Mata, is that like saying Juan, go kill them?
No, I really don't think that. I actually think of a plant, a mata. Me voy a cagar en la mata de los tomates.
So that's my grandmother's maiden name.
For a plant.
Huh?
That's my grandmother's maiden name, Mata.
Oh wow.
Mata?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What is it? Is it Matalo? Does that mean kill them?
Yeah, mátalo.
Oh, okay. Does anyone have that last name?
Mátala. No.
And do you inherit the name as like it was like a profession? You know what I'm saying? How they would pass names down that was like your job.
Right. That was the case, right? With the Smith, we used to be usually a blacksmith.
Blacksmith, right?
Yeah. Yep.
My maiden name is McVicker, so I guess someone was involved with some Pope kind of stuff.
Yeah, they were a vicar.
Son of the vicar.
And my last name, I think, means winemaker.
It does.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've got some kind of weird Viking. What? Everyone's quiet because nobody knows who's gonna talk next. You're like,
so Eric, did you grow up in the South?
No, grew up in just outside of Cincinnati.
Okay, because I didn't notice any accent at all. So, and you said
he's on the very northern tip of Kentucky, from what I understand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's basically, like I said, I'm 10 minutes from downtown Cincinnati.
Okay.
And the reason why you don't detect an accent is because I moved from Boston when I was 5.
Oh.
So I didn't take the accent with me. But yeah, and there really is no. We're just kind of here. There's no accent. There's I live in like a weather dead zone, which is actually good. Because I said, I mean, I didn't need my shovel at all this winter. But yeah, it's the Midwest and kind of bland.
Now, some people from Kentucky, it's very hard to understand them. Their accent is so strong.
Yeah.
I almost married a girl from downstate in Kentucky, and she had the most pronounced Southern accent I've ever heard in my life. So it really, I mean, it gets more pronounced the farther south you go.
Okay. Until you get down to South Florida, then it sounds like you're in New York City.
New York City. Oh, you know I was going to do that.
I like this comment here.
The more north you sound.
I haven't left town in 2 years. Okay, yes, I feel like I am in the show The Prisoner, but I wish I was on that island because it has a beach and it looks cooler.
Well, the people even drive around town in little carts like in The Prisoner.
Totally, I live in that show, I'm telling you.
So, Dr. Fives, where are you from? And where are you emanating from, or are we allowed to know?
Yeah. Originally, Flint, Michigan, hellhole of Michigan. It's a shithole, and that's where I was a firefighter paramedic for 30 years, and I retired. But I live about 65 miles south of Flint, and I'm just west of Ann Arbor. I'm out in the country. I'm in a place called Manchester.
Where does that put you in relation to Royal Oak?
I'm about it'd take me probably an hour to get to Royal Oak because there's really no direct way, but probably less than that. I could get to Royal Oak in 50 minutes, really. Royal
You
Oak's
know,
a cool
Lita doesn't
town.
hear awake.
Well, he had a friend that lived there. He ended up becoming a federal agent for his career, but while he was younger, he lived in Royal Oak. And I went to see him one time. It was 1981, and I got up there no problem. That I couldn't find where I was going, so I'm in downtown Detroit, and it's something I would never do today.
No,
But I kept just stopping. I was in an all black neighborhood, and kept asking them where I was supposed to go. And I think they were just fucking with the white kid, because they had me literally going in circles. I finally realized that, yeah, I get the feeling these guys are messing with me. But that was it. I mean, yeah, they were just having fun with the stupid white kid. But yeah, it was really nice up there.
yeah, Royal Oak is very nice. It still is. It's very expensive now, unfortunately. It's gotten very trendy. So the town itself has lost some of its character. A lot of the mom and pop places are gone and replaced by corporate restaurants and so forth. But it is a popular place. It's similar to Ann Arbor.
Are
Yeah, once
you
a place-
at least? Sorry.
That's it. There's once a place gets trendy, the prices jump up. Then people can't afford to live there anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Are you at least an hour and a half away from a city?
No, I'm actually about 20 minutes from Ann Arbor.
Oh,
So in
that's
Ann Arbor's,
huh?
it's a college town. That's where the University of Michigan is. So there's a lot of, and then also I'm only 15 minutes away from Chelsea, which is like Mayberry. It's a really nice little town. Has lots of cool little restaurants and shops and so forth. Barber shop, all that kind of stuff. Theater. In fact, Jeff Daniels, the actor from Dumb and Dumber. You know who I'm talking about, Jeff Daniels?
Yes.
Yeah.
The blonde,
Yeah.
the blonde one.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That's where he lives. He lives in Chelsea, and he has a theater there called the Purple Rose, which is a movie he was in. It was a Woody Allen film he was in.
Rose of Cairo.
And he still, does movies in Hollywood and so forth. But he travels. He raised his family right here in Chelsea. And that's where his kids went to a public school in Chelsea. And in fact, I've run into Jeff a couple of times in the grocery store. And then his father owned a lumber yard in Chelsea, and his brother still works there. It's still in the family, and his brother is there. But Jeff Daniels, even though I don't agree with his politics at all, I have to say he's a real nice guy. Very, very friendly, nice guy. And from what I understand, his kids were also very down to earth, very decent kids. But his house is unbelievable. He has a house on the lake, and it's just incredible. I mean, just the guest house alone would blow you away. It's huge.
Wow.
So how did you reelect that crazy lady?
Oh, yeah, exactly. I agree. Yes. Yeah.
Unbelievable with a fake kidnapping, man.
Yeah.
I just wonder how legit it was. But allegedly.
Yeah, they were set up. Those guys, they were a bunch of idiots that had been drinking too much. They were, given beer and by the FBI, and they got set up. They were stupid enough to fall into the trap.
I mean, the election in general. There's some of the people I said, how did they win with all the with the way she treated COVID, the arresting people for planting stuff in their backyards and while she was vacationing, and
an 83-year-old man who kept his barbershop open. They went after him. They tried to yank his license.
Yeah.
The sheriff there wouldn't do anything, but they totally tried to destroy this man's life. He was 83 years old. He said, "Look, I'm following all the rules. I want to keep my place open. I have to. This is all I have." And they went after him.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
He should have burned a city down.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable what happened. Unforgivable.
And the fact that she won re-election, I mean, over by, I mean, I like the woman running against her. I kind of, up until About 5 days before the election, I thought that she was a shoe-in. Then I realized that no, they're all going to lose, and they did.
Yeah, that's why they brought the whole abortion
Because we
thing up,
have to open the
because that's what
box.
killed
It's
it.
kind of
That's what killed her.
Yeah,
change.
that was and that was Mitch McConnell.
kind of like a
Yep.
plastic.
Yep.
And we have to put this in.
Well, you know,
I was
Glenzer.
telling him. I was
Now,
telling him to go down to the basement and get a knife.
Well, I'm
hopefully
going to
for the
check off
cake.
for a
Oh,
minute.
for the cake.
I've got to check off because I got to let my dog out. So I'm going to just, I'm just going to be just a minute.
Oh, okay.
So you're finally going to try the cake, the cheesecake.
Yeah, because I mean, I can't believe that he's even still awake. He's like a very early bird, you know, early to bed, early to rise type. And I'm like, oh my God, it's really late. And yikes, your birthday is today. So, you know, or it's not even today anymore. Really, it's tomorrow.
So he's got one more year in his 50s, right?
Yeah.
What I hate is when you get to that point in your life when you can't quite remember your next birthday and you're going, you have to calculate how old, because you can't remember how old you are.
Yeah.
That was my next birthday. I was like, oh yeah, I'm actually going to be 55. And then I was like thinking I was turning 54 in June. And I was like, oh no shit, I'm turning 55. I had to like literally, I kind of forgot how old I was, you know, for a minute. You get to that point in your life, you're like, wait, how old am I again? You know what I'm saying? It's really, really weird. Like I thought I was turning 54 this year, and I'm like, oh shit, no, I'm turning 55. Oh shit. Yeah.
I have the same problem every year since I was a kid, which is like, well, it starts with a new year. It's, you know, it's January 1st and I'm still writing the year from the last year. It's really hard to break the habit to change the year. And then when I have a birthday, it's hard for me to get used to the new age. Like I'm not trying to lie and say I'm a year younger. I just can't get used to the new info.
Yeah, exactly.
For a little bit. So that's just the way I am. Every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to any more birthdays. Soon.
What's that?
So I'm not looking forward anymore because it's I'm at the age now where the physical limitations are becoming more obvious by the year.
I feel 85 because of this crap that I'm going through.
I mean, I was at the store today and it was crowded, so I couldn't get around the people to get back behind the counter. And I was thinking, there was a time when I could just stand there and jump up onto the counter. I go, I can't do that anymore. Yeah. Well, there was also a time when I could just, like vault myself up to the counter and just kind of like, flip myself around and get behind the counter that way. No, I can't do that anymore. So I was like, I guess I'll just wait for these people to move. And it's just, I said, being in my 60s is no fun. So I throw that in to dampen the birthday spirit just a little bit. Because I said, I got this to look forward to in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's kind of like going
to birthday in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
it's like going to concerts. You can't go up to the front anymore. You got to kind of stay to the back. You got to think about stuff more. You're kind of like, well, I better not go here because I could get hurt or it's not going to be comfortable. You know, just
When is your birthday?
Huh?
May 6th.
Huh.
Oh, I'm like 2 days before you.
Oh, you're a Taurus also, right?
Yeah. This guy's weird because he's on the cusp. Not to mention that famous guy with a funny mustache. His birthday's today too, or yesterday.
I'm sure. Him being weird has very little to do with his actual zodiac sign. Just saying.
Let's see how this cake looks.
Yeah, my kid's birthday is May 10th.
Uh-huh. How old is she gonna be?
I had to think about that too. She's gonna be 23. 23.
Yeah, that makes sense because that's how long I've known you.
Yes.
She was still really little when I met you.
Yeah. She was a newborn.
Yeah, she was a total little baby in her little baby seat chair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because she was 2 months early, so when you met her, it was when she was due, but she was about 2 months old.
That's so weird that we don't talk to the friend that took me over there. Things have just turned out to be so weird.
Kind of weird, yeah, right? I know.
I heard he doesn't know me. And the other day I found a picture of me standing next to him.
Oh, really? Oh, he claims he doesn't know you?
That's what he told our friend who.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh. That's weird.
So weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, so what flavor is that cheesecake again?
So I have been having a hard time remembering what this is, but I think it was something forest. So it's very chocolatey looking.
Oh,
But I always
probably
think I'm seeing
good.
like cherries underneath this chocolate in the middle. I
Huh.
don't really know what's going on here.
Ooh, that looks good.
And I don't know if the cheesecake is like I don't know if half of it is cheesecake on the bottom on the inside. I don't really know. I gotta get in here and find out.
Forest, probably like a black forest cheesecake or something.
I think you got it. I think it's Black Forest cheesecake.
Ah.
I was getting it mixed up between that and German chocolate. It's not. It's Black Forest.
Yeah, because German chocolate's got the coconut.
And yeah, this one doesn't. And good thing, because this guy doesn't like that.
When I hear Black Forest, I think of clocks, like cuckoo clocks.
Yeah, Black Forest, I think it's really chocolatey, right? Isn't that Black Forest cake is like just super chocolatey?
Oh, there's an ant on my foot.
There's a lot of ants, man. I've been killing them.
I'm kind of annoyed because this looks hard to get off.
Here,
I don't want to just try to cake just to get this off.
The sign behind you guys.
What was it?
I was reading the sign behind you.
Oh,
what does it say?
What about the beer? Here's here. No, the other way. Right behind you. Right behind. There's like little people.
Oh.
And it says, yeah. Right there.
There, that thing, yeah.
I'll just read it. Cheer. That's it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Cheer here. Oh, there's beer. Okay, gotcha. There's that cool ceiling. That is like totally awesome. Yeah, there's like the theater in town that they're showing movies at finally. It's got a really cool ceiling. It looks almost like little miniature tiles. It's like a really, really cool design on the little tiles. It's really, really neat. And it's like the movies are just like a whatever you want to pay. It's like a donation. So you go see the movie and you pay, if you got like $5, you pay $5, whatever. So that's pretty cool.
That sounds like that's run by old hippies. That's how they like to do it. There was a restaurant back in Arlington run by hippies, and what was it called?
Pottagers, I believe.
Pottagers. It was, yeah.
I think it was
they had all this. It's like, pay whatever you want when you finish eating. It's like, I don't like that because that's too much pressure put on you, man.
Yeah.
You feel like you don't want to look like a jerk, and you also don't want to pay a whole lot.
Right.
So I don't know. I
have a problem with it at all.
I have this problem with this particular light fixture in that the bulbs seem to, when they burn out, and I try to untwist them, the base of the bulbs, the bulb breaks and then the base is stuck in there, and my friend Gerald says, "Oh, it's real easy to get it out," but I would wind up completely electrocuting myself. I don't know how to get them out, so I can't. I only have one light working here. That one has a base of a. I'm sure it's something very easy. You got to shut the power off, obviously, but.
And there might be a plastic tool maybe to get up in there and kind of unscrew it with like kind of a plastic base type of a tool maybe to get that.
I'm sure there's if I watch, I'm sure someone on YouTube would have the fix for that, but it hasn't been a major thing on my mind. So I got these candles that she insisted on. I said, "Why do you want to start a fire inside the house?" It doesn't make sense. But I didn't even know they had numbers. I figured you'd have 59 literal candles. I guess next year's gonna be a big birthday if the world exists then. David Nino Rodriguez, we watch him, and he's saying, these people are nuts. They're not going to just let Trump win. There's something horrible's going to happen. And then you just have to sit back and wait and see what cards they pull.
Yeah.
I don't think they're just going to oh, okay, I guess he won. Let's go out in the street, kneel down and scream this time. Yeah, he pop watches David Nino Rodriguez. That was cool. So yeah, he's definitely okay. That's just I don't know. I wonder. Let me get it off of my single camera. I kind of think it would be cool to do a show where people that collect monster stuff. I think that would be I don't know. Can't think of anyone on YouTube that does it. I'm sure they do, but. If I can get Dark Ride Dracula, who's in the chat, he says he will definitely come on. I mean, he's amazing in his collection of monster stuff, and
wow, that'd be cool.
Let me see. People are talking in the chat.
I don't think I centered this right. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I mean that kind of stuff stopped mattering when I was 7 years old. It would be
kind of cool
59.
if you could put this on some platter, but
yeah, well.
And then then there's the matter of hoisting the whole thing
up
here and possibly breaking it.
It doesn't even matter. I'm not 6 years old anymore. Jim Harborough would have been a better governor. I guess he's talking about Flint, Michigan.
He was the
ballots were lost and Democrat ballots were found. That's how they. Okay.
He was the coach of the football team that won the national championship this year. If anybody in chat did not know that.
Oh. I've also forgotten how old I am and had to do the math. Yeah, that's happened to me before.
Yep.
Greatest quote on aging: "I'm okay with being old now because it means I was young then." Okay. A stream with that sounds like a fortune cookie. A stream with cheesecake and RDV. RDV is missing it. Oh wait, he prefers a different kind.
The frog.
What does RDV mean?
That's comic book frog.
No.
But what does RDV mean?
Oh, it's real Dr. Venkman from Ghostbusters.
Oh, okay. Dr. Five is trying to get back in.
Are we gonna sing Happy Birthday?
Oh, I don't know, man.
We have a little bit of a problem here.
What is it? Oh, the dog. Oh shit. Okay, I'll watch the dog.
No.
What? Oh.
I'll watch the cake.
Oh, okay. I think the dog must have had an accident in the other room. Okay, that's what I'm getting. She didn't want me to say it on the air. Okay, so let me go do it. Oh shit.
I thought she got into the cake. I was like, oh no, chocolate.
These little candles look kind of dinky.
Yeah, well, they were the biggest ones in the Dollar General.
He's like, yeah, well, they were the biggest ones in the Dollar General. So silly.
Our town just got a DG Mart, which is like a little miniature Dollar General grocery store.
What is it called?
DG Mart.
DG Mart.
Yeah.
But it's the same company?
Same company, but it's almost
Okay.
like a miniature grocery store. It's got more food and longer refrigerated sections and fresh food and vegetables and fruits and stuff like that. It's like a really large Dollar General.
I want to go visit
Kind of
you.
fancy. Take you to DG Mart. I always get, you're not from around here, are you? Like,
Really?
no. Yeah, not so much now, but when I first moved here, oh my goodness. I would hear it all the time.
How come they don't ask you anymore because you've met?
Because I've been here long enough. But yeah, I used to get, honey, you're not from around here, are you? Like, no. No. How could you tell?
If we would have moved to that one brick place that had like the 2 storefronts downstairs, how far would I have lived from you?
Oh, probably about 30 minutes.
That's not bad.
Yeah, and that's in Roanoke.
Gio just told me that they repaved the street there.
They did, and actually the best barbecue place is in Roanoke that I've been to in the area. Yeah, they've got a really good barbecue place there. Everybody's real super friendly. Like you go there, like you'll have a random person talking about like the monster truck pull that's coming up, and it's like just random conversations at these little places. People are real sweet though. It's kind of cute. Like you'll just go somewhere and people just start making conversation. You know, hey, there's a big truck pull next weekend, and it's like cool. You know, yeah, it's good. It's funny. Everybody's like real friendly here.
People are really nice here, and this is the only other place I've ever lived where I feel like as safe as where I used to live in Japan. Wow. It's like equivalent.
Huh. Let me get this. Well, I'm anywhere to prop that. I've been holding this phone up.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Are we gonna sing happy birthday?
Yeah, I have only one lighter and I had such a hard time remembering where it was, but I figured it out. And that was one of the things that delayed starting this, I guess, is I was off looking for this thing.
For the lighter.
So I've decided I need to buy more lighters, even though I don't smoke anymore, because you never know when you need fire.
Exactly. Yeah,
and I'm very tempted because I saw this place that has really funny lighters. Like they have like one with like Tyrone Bighams on it, and I have to have it.
You can get those barbecue, the long barbecue lighters too. Those really come in handy.
Yeah.
They got like the real long stem on them. Yeah, those are really good for lighting like candles and stuff.
I feel bad. It's not even 4:20 anymore. It's the next day.
It's 4:21.
Yeah. I'm inspecting the cake and I see a tiny piece of lint has somehow landed on here. It must go. Got it. I wish that we could have this on a platter or something, but yeah, I think we'll destroy it trying to.
Yeah, it's okay.
Get
Doesn't matter.
So how do we film this cake? I will light the candles.
Oh shit! I don't even have this thing plugged in anymore. I need to be careful.
Shit!
Because this thing sucks the power out of a Dollar General things won't even light.
Oh, stop it!
Okay. All right.
I guess I must start.
I gotta make a wish, I guess, huh?
Well, we gotta sing to you here. All right. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday
birthday.
Happy birthday,
dear
Claude.
Oh, that rhymes.
Happy birthday to you.
Okay. You're not supposed to say the wish out loud or it won't come true, right?
Yeah, you better.
Right.
Okay, so I won't say that I wish. Oh, never mind. But he'll win even if the. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that will happen before my next birthday is the election. Not that it was my wish or anything. Okay, shit. What are people saying here? Okay. May birthday madness. Wife on the 1st. This is Werewolf talking. Mother-in-law 13th. Me 25th. We have to sing happy birthday, says Ricky Swangles. And Werewolf by lunchtime. Do you have a Vespa, Kimberly? And
she's gonna say, sure.
SA 63, a pack of 25 in Australia for smokes. I don't know. What does SA 63 mean? That means
Australian?
South American money? South Australian money?
$63?
I think it's a money symbol, and the A is probably
Australian.
Yes.
Whoa.
Australian 60. Okay. Feliz cumpleaños, senor. Senor means you're old. No, or just means Mr.
No, just
that was the hardest thing.
Don't be all paranoid, man.
No, the hardest thing is trying to explain. Okay, so
man, cutting through this cake feels like cutting through a real
senor
human.
is not a direct equivalent of Mr. So if you call someone senor, it's more like sir. But little kids will that speak Spanish as their first language. They'll just start calling their teacher Mr. And I try to convey to them that when you call someone Mr., it's not like saying senor. It kind of comes across as rude. It's like a cab driver in New York, where you going, mister? Or a drill sergeant saying you have not polished your shoes, mister. You've got to, you can say mister, but you've got to follow it by their last name, Mr. Orloff. Or if you don't know their last name, you just say sir. So if you don't know how to pronounce someone's name, or you don't know their name, you say sir. But it's just like so many kids just say Mr. Miss. Oh, we lost Dr. Fibes.
Uh-oh.
He was on here twice. There were 2 Dr. Fibes on. Oh, he's trying to figure out his sound. He's saying, I have to figure out why my audio isn't working.
Yeah, old man. Old man is viejo. So somebody calls you viejo, that's old man.
Yeah, I know that. Does Kimberly have a dispatch or not? I don't know what that means.
Vespa?
Vespa, LOL.
Yeah. I've got a 1976 Rally 200. That's a European. My first bike that I still have is also a 1976 American Rally 200. And I've also got a 2009 Vespa 250 GTS.
I made a mess.
Which is really comfortable to ride. It's not 2-stroke. We've also got some Lambrettas as well.
I needed
we've got a Spanish Lambretta, Sorvetta, Jet 200. And I've got a project that's a 1962 Lambretta that we picked up in Texas.
This is so hard to do with this knife.
It's a TV 175.
Go ahead and take this one. Oh. Do you know that the forks are up there?
Oh, yeah. Our food. Ouch!
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry.
Always with the
And Jimmy wrote a Lambretta.
Yikes. This is a messy cake. I think I put mine in the freezer. I hope I didn't freeze it for too long. Yeah.
You might hear my cat meowing.
Alan was letting me pet him, and he was so feral before.
Oh, yeah, no. He rolls over and lets you pet his belly.
Oh, he was letting me. 'Cause he was so feral before. Oh, yeah, no. He rolls over and lets you pet his belly. Oh, he was letting me. 'Cause he was so feral before. Oh, yeah, no. He rolls over and lets you pet his belly. Oh, he was letting me. 'Cause he was so feral before. Oh, he was letting me.
Um,
This is my giant cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, small faces. And the
I'm
movie
gonna
too.
be
Small
on
faces.
real early in the morning doing a live stream. Kevin at Gotham City Comics is setting up at a convention, and he's gonna be
Here you
taking his camera
go.
around.
Sorry, it's messy.
Here's your fork, and in Arizona, so I'll just watch and see what's there. If I'm half asleep or if I even fall asleep during it, we'll never notice because the camera's going to be his camera feed. So the Great Mysteries says happy birthday. I guess I don't know the Great Mysteries, but
So he is one.
right. Thank you. And
there are cherries in
ooh,
here.
that looks like some maybe. Oh, 5's trying to come back in.
Oh, okay.
Add to stage.
Oh, there you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I had a problem with my audio for some reason. That's why it took me a while to figure it out. Anyway, I'm back.
But it made you sound like Louis Armstrong when you were singing Happy Birthday.
I've never tasted anything like this in my life.
Is it weird? It has cherries in it.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
It sounds good.
That's not usually the best response. I've never tasted anything like this in my life, and yeah, it's pretty weird.
I mean, probably.
Thank God I don't care.
Probably about 3 or 4 bites in, I'll get used to it. I wasn't expecting cherries, man, in a cake.
It's good and weird and bad in different layers.
Well, I think I tasted the bad layer first.
This
God,
cake is bullshit.
oh, you don't like it?
I like it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers are pranking us from New York, man. Go kick their ass. We're gonna do a tour, go fly everywhere, get everybody we don't like.
That bite was pretty good. I guess I'm getting used to it.
You better get
It's probably like made with fentanyl or something.
When I was cutting through, it was like cutting through real people.
What? How do you know what that's like?
Sounds like she has a history.
I don't know what.
Know about.
When the camera comes on, she's putting on a little act tonight.
So what you like?
Psychotic.
you like chocolate a lot? Do you remember that restaurant Bennigan's a long time ago?
Yes.
That dessert Death by Chocolate?
Yes.
Oh man.
Amazing.
That thing was so good. I actually ate a whole one time. They were like, nobody can ever eat that whole thing. Well, chocolate.
Well, you learned them.
Oddly enough,
the whole damn Death by Chocolate. Well,
there's a band called Death by Chocolate that have a couple CDs that I really liked.
Really?
Never heard of that band.
They were kind of they kind of fit. I think this group would like them. They used a lot of wah-wah pedals, and the girl is a girl. It sounded like she was out of the '60s.
Okay.
I don't know what ended up happening to them, but I'm sure you can probably dig up something on YouTube.
Probably.
Sounds good to me. Your description makes it sound very, very good.
I'm curious if there's.
This isn't as shitty as I thought it was at first.
That's
a
great. You
compliment.
can endorse them. Cake
That'll
X.
be my review.
It's not as shitty as I thought it was going to be.
The first taste tastes like shit, but just keep going.
Wow.
That's
hilarious.
I've sent a couple of these cakes to my mom and my sister, and what they said was the original plain cheesecake is the good one.
Oh, you gave them different exotic
I sent
flavors?
them different ones, and they're like, the original one is the good one.
Yeah, the other ones we threw in the trash.
Damn! Where did Kimberly go?
Oh, she is gone, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Maybe there was a tornado.
Yeah, that was weird today. The weather, it looked like the skies were fine when they were getting ready for the Trump rally, and then they started bubbling like in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and he had to call into the loudspeakers from his airplanes overhead and say, "They're telling me I can't land. It's too dangerous, and we're just gonna have to do the rally at the same location, a later date." And
this stuff is messy.
Yeah, so I think that they keep him in the courtroom all week, and then when he tries to get out on the weekend and do a rally, they seed the clouds or do some kind of weather modification. I'm sure that's what's happening. Oh well.
Yeah, Ken, I just sent you the 2001 album. Okay, no, here we go. All right,
you just sent it to me where, on Instagram?
No, I sent it on direct message to your Twitter. But okay, the one these are the two that I had. Zap the World is the one that I lead off with, that because that one's that I remember liking that one better. I said I had to see that again to remember that, because it's been probably 20 years since I've heard him. But
okay,
this is which band?
Death by Chocolate. I just went on YouTube, typed that in, and yeah, the one I said, Zap the World, and then there was another one that was I think it was just called Death by Chocolate from 2001. Those are the two that I remember liking.
Okay, I'm starting to like this shit. That first bite was a horrific experience.
That's the follow-up commercial. I'm starting to like this shit.
Yeah, that's how I would have been if I was the kid on the Life cereal commercial. Well, actually, he never spoke, did he?
That's a brave man who takes the first bite and says it tastes completely like shit, but I'm going to keep eating it. And then, hey, this is not bad.
That's what John Wayne would have done.
Yeah, you're a brave man.
At least I'm not eating frog legs and shit. This is American food from Brooklyn, New York. It says on here. This came all the way from Brooklyn. Oh, man.
Good night, Werewolf.
Oh, is he gone?
Yeah, he's going to listen to the Kinks and get some pizza.
That's an excellent plan for an evening, except what time is it there, I wonder, in Australia?
I don't know, but I'm not used to seeing Steve up this late either.
Like Paulo, at the end of Four Color Fossils, about 9 o'clock, he says it's like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So this would be like, it's probably the sun's already come up in Paulo land.
Yeah. Yeah, it has. Should be about at least 7 o'clock, 7 in the morning where he's at.
We can't do that. I know chocolate's bad for dogs. I assume it's bad for cats too.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
The best part of the cake is the little cheesecake part, I think.
Yeah.
I think the problem with it is that the other parts are too sweet.
The first bite, I got a cherry, and that's what was so horrifying. It really tasted like something horrendous.
I think the worst part is the bottom.
Worst part is you probably paid like $40 for this. And what did you pay for this?
Something like that.
That's the worst part.
Well, it's the worst part with the financial straits we're in right now. Somehow, magically in Joe Biden's world, we owe money to the IRS this year.
Yeah.
Hey,
The best part is the
migrants aren't
cheesecake
cheap, you know.
What?
I said migrants aren't cheap, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to just get the company that used to make the cardboard tanks and submarines that they'd sell in the back of comic books, and he can furnish the whole Ukrainian army for like $100 with those. How much did those things cost in the old comics? Like $3.
I thought it's like $1.98, but
Yeah.
either way, now I'd turn into like a horror movie where they look like little innocent children's toys, but they actually fire live ammo and they go into the chamber after one of those stupid votes. And I probably shouldn't say any more online.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's
I don't like the bread part.
there's bread in this.
That's the part I don't like.
Why is there bread in the cake?
Because cakes are like bread.
Okay. I don't. Okay.
So is it the crust, the graham cracker crust that you don't care for?
No, because the bottom is totally like cake, but it's cardboardy and too sweet. And there's a lot to say about this, and it's not all good.
Well,
never again.
And you've given this to your family a bunch of times.
Not this one. Luckily, it was other ones that were probably better, I hope.
Well, you just don't get too exotic. You just get the.
You know what, though? When I went to the Cheesecake Factory, I tried all kinds of weird cheesecakes that are mostly all good.
Ugh.
Those are good. What did you just eat?
Yeah, I got another cherry.
Man, just eat the stuff in the middle. That's the good part.
God damn it.
I'm sorry.
I seriously underestimated the entertainment value of watching somebody eat a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Especially cake that they don't care for.
Yeah.
We fucking hate it.
This is like a hazing ritual.
It is. Yeah. Shortly, Eric, they're going to go grab a feather and a bucket. And we get to see that.
Oh my god.
Yeah. When I was planning out the evening, this was not what I had on the bingo card for 2 a.m.
I'm gonna watch people eat cake and they're gonna hate it.
I'm gonna watch
And then they're gonna upchuck it.
A crabby man clinging to his 50s eating a piece of cake.
How are we ever going to finish this damn thing?
I don't know. Maybe we'd give it a charity or something. The other side of the half of the cake.
It is too cruel. I don't want to get a bad reputation.
Oh, shit. I was afraid the dog was going to grab this.
I won't let her.
Oh, God. I got a second piece.
Oh, by the way,
What?
Kimberly said that her phone died. She's charging it.
Oh, all right.
So that's what happened.
Do you want some Coke?
Yeah, I probably need some to wash this shit down.
It doesn't even make sense to have more sugar after this, but I'm gonna do it.
He likes it. He likes it. Haha. Australia's afternoon, like 4 p.m. ish. Phone died. Oh shit! Phone died. Charging phone. Or else take any extra bread you have. The horror experience with LB. Is this a bad cake challenge?
I'm sorry.
Some of these people, I need to look into their channels. That sounds like a great name for a channel. The horror experience with LB. Lou Ferrigno at the end
Now,
of
what is
Pumping Iron.
LB's?
I got nothing to say. I just want to eat my cake.
What does experience with LB mean? What does the LB mean? Do you know?
I'm thinking LB Cole but maybe that's the initials of the guy doing the channel. I mean, LB was the first thing I think of, just LB Cole, the artist. But Damn shit.
You know, seeing you battling that piece of cake, I kind of want to watch the first vignette of Creep Show.
Damn it.
Oh, yeah, right. Goddamn fucking shit.
Just a little bit more, Gratu.
No, it's more.
It's like grandma getting the kid to eat turnips.
Don't eat it.
So just one more
Don't
bite.
eat it.
Here, put this top back on this
Put
thing.
this. Yeah.
I'll go put this in the trash bag outside so Drew doesn't
Take mine too.
Where's yours?
Over there on the monster gun.
Oh,
He's going, ooh.
we had like an hour discussion of horrifying food, and then I've given this cake. It's like a prank.
It's
Yeah, that's got to be just brutal to see something that looks that good not be.
and it's not. This is pure insanity.
Okay, it's for Lord Byron.
I see that.
It has a nickname. I actually wanted to change it, but can't figure it out. I'm a horror film collector. Definitely need to have you on sometime.
Absolutely. I have a huge collection of horror films.
Nice. You know, by huge, like how many your ballpark?
I would say probably science fiction and horror would be well over 900, maybe 1,000. Probably over 1,000.
Okay, that's
DVDs.
I'm pretty sure you have me beat. I have about 3,000 DVDs.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many total I have because obviously I've got other genres as well.
Yeah, I've got. When I did my shelf prawn, because you can't say that other word either, video, I think I panned. I think that's right, panned or tilted, whichever one. Like two of my massive DVD shelves, and that was about half of what I have.
Interesting. I did not know that, Eric. So you're a big movie buff.
Yeah, it's weird. Today I was talking
Your
to some
drink
friends.
will help you.
I was talking
to
with
forget
some
bad
friends of mine at the
memories.
store, and I had recently watched 3 movies from 1957 back to back to back.
Which ones?
Witness for the Prosecution.
Great film.
12 Angry Men.
Yeah, another classic.
And good Lord. Earlier today was 12 Angry Men. I couldn't remember. The other two came right. Oh, Sweet Smell of Success.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I like older movies. I'm not a snob. Like my nephew, good Lord, he could go so far into the weeds on like Jean-Luc Godard movies and never come out. That's not me, but I love older movies. And
no, you don't, Drew.
Yeah, and I have a bunch of so I've got a bunch of horror movies, but I tend to
just stick it back in the fridge.
Given my druthers, I'd rather watch probably the Universal movies and Hammer stuff than like the modern horror.
Mm-hmm.
Because I tend to, a lot of my interests tend to be like Ken, which would explain why you find me on his streams.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of like the past myself. But no, I've had the police called on me by a lady that thought it was showing snuff films in my store.
Oh my God!
Turned out to be not that it makes it all that much better, but it turned out to be like a Japanese rape movie. But the cop came in and said, I said, no, this is what I'm watching. Like 2 minutes later, the cops, laughing at the lady with me, but nothing came of that. But And probably one of my most liberal friends, I got into an argument with him because he said I shouldn't play Cannibal Holocaust in the store.
Speaking of turtle soup, there's that famous scene in that movie where they killed the turtle.
Yeah, well, I lost the argument.
Pardon?
So I lost the argument, so I never got to see it.
Oh, okay.
I do know that the lady that on the cover had to go to court to prove she was alive.
Yes.
Yes, I do remember that. But and I also realized with a lot of the stuff like that, I like the idea of that better than the actual movies themselves, because I see all these just crazy ass Italian horror movies and stuff like that. And I said, yeah, I like the posters and I like the trailers, but I don't. Yeah, but then I'd go to devote an hour and 45 minutes. So I go, nah, can I just watch an older one now? Yeah, can I just watch Curse of Frankenstein?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So how about you? What part of horror is your favorite or like?
Oh, I love so from my collection is primarily, I would say, from the early 70s back to the 1920s to silent. I don't have a lot of the silent. There's not really a lot available for one thing, but 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s is my favorite decades as far as horror.
That would be mine as well.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. And I love everything from the great classic stuff that's really well done. The Day the Earth Stood Still, but I also love the really bad stuff like Robot Monster and Plan 9 from Outer Space. I love, the good and the bad.
I went on a YouTube jag about a year ago where I was looking for the worst 50s and 60s sci-fi movies I could find. And I'm at horror at Party Beach type ads.
Yep, I have it.
And just I have the magazine from that. Also, do you have that?
Oh yeah, the magazine.
There's an entire magazine devoted to that movie.
No, I don't have that.
And I think I had that and didn't realize that. I don't think I'd ever seen the movie. I just had that magazine, and then I watched that, and it's I could watch that era schlock all day.
Yeah, I agree. I can as well.
That magazine, that was all done by Wally Wood, and he had all these stills, I guess, from the movie. I don't know how they did it, if they had the print of the film and they just cut out frames.
I think that's
that he chose, what they did. And then he'd airbrush in, make it look even better, and put in his lettering and his sound effects, and he made that look like $1 million. It was Stan Lee called it fumetti, but Paulo says that that's not the right term, the European style of using photographs instead of artwork in a comic book. He said fumetti means something else, but since Stan Lee presented it as being called that, that's what I've always called it. But yeah, that was it. That was great.
It's possible that might actually be right, but Paulo can't bring himself to admit that Stan Lee might have been right about anything in his life.
Yeah, so that could be.
No offense to Paulo, but he does not like Stan Lee. So am I to assume that you are a Vincent Price fan, or just those particular movies and that you are named after?
Yeah, again, I love all of it. I mean, really, all of the above. I like the really bad and I like the really good, and I am a Vincent Price fan, but equally, I love Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, Boris Karloff. The list goes on. I mean, I could just go on, and I really, it would be hard for me to pick a favorite, because you know how at different times you go through different phases. So at one time you're watching a certain film, like you might be in that Universal film phase right now in your life where you go, I want to revisit those. So you start watching the Universal movies again, and then you kind of, feed that. And then you're like, okay, well, what's next? Well, now I'm into really watching a lot of really bad schlock, or whatever. So it would be hard for me to pick a favorite film, really. I mean, I do have certain movies that, I love, and they're always going to be in my top 10. But to literally say, these particular ones are always going to be my favorites, it's it would be hard. Curse of the Demon would be one of my favorites.
Sorry.
Is that the one with Dana Andrews?
Yes. Yeah, the British film.
Oh.
I also, but again, I mean, pretty much most of the Hammer films, the early stuff, the early Hammer, I love. I just love it. I love, everything about the acting is excellent. The writing is excellent. The lighting is amazing. The sets are amazing.
And I learned years later that those budgets were a lot of shoestring budgets, and if you look carefully, you see some of the same sets recycled.
Yes.
And I found that interesting that because I said one of my other guilty pleasures is I've been known to watch a soap opera or two.
Okay.
And General Hospital used to film literally all over the world. Now their budget's so small that every time they go to a house, they just rearrange the porch furniture, whether the house is in Montana or New York. And to realize that those Hammer movies are kind of the same thing, where you can, if you look real close, you can see some of the you'd see like the trellis with the stairs go up. You see that in all a bunch of different movies, and
absolutely.
And they were genius at making you not notice that until it was brought to your attention.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they were.
Have you ever seen The Creeping Terror?
Yep, I have it. In fact, I have it on Blu-ray now. A lot of these movies are being released on Blu-ray, and the Criterion's really doing a nice job with giving you a lot of bonus stuff, on Blu-ray. Now that they're like, I saw, let's see, where was it? Kimberly said that one of her favorite films is Night of the Living Dead. Well, Criterion just released, I think maybe a year ago, they repackaged Night of the Living Dead, and they really added a lot of amazing bonus feature stuff. It's an incredible package.
Stall for a minute. I got to use the little boy's room and grab another Coke. I was falling asleep, and now I'm wide awake again. Want to talk some movies, so I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, have you ever seen the first Jodorowsky movie?
I've got a collection. I've got a box set of his stuff. I've got which one?
You think you've seen the black and white one in Spanish called Fondo y Lis?
Oh yeah, I have it. I have that one. Yeah,
I love that crazy movie.
Isn't it weird? Criterion released that, and I have a box set. It includes, I think, 4 early films that he did.
He has a box set with that in it, but he hasn't seen that particular movie, and I want him to see it. I love that nutty movie.
Yeah, it is. It's very weird. Very strange.
The story about it? Like when he did the premiere, the crowd turned on him and chased him down. They wanted to mess him up.
Yeah, he's a very controversial director, and have you seen the documentary they did on him, when he was going to do the film Dune? Have you seen that documentary?
Yeah.
We saw that.
It's fascinating. And you can just see what an eccentric, weird guy he is. I mean, he just feeds off of that, and you look at his other films like The Mole, well, most of them. I mean, that film, in fact, had such a weird kind of, it was, I think 1969 is when it came out, but John Lennon of the Beatles loved that movie so much that he had Alan Klein purchase the rights to it, and in fact, released the Mole. Yeah, yep, El Topo. And that movie, so that I have the album that was released on Apple Records. It's the soundtrack to that film, and it's quite rare. And the movie itself, it is such a weird film. I mean, it's just, it is.
But wait a minute. But it's nothing compared to the really crazy one is Holy Mountain.
Holy Mountain is very crazy. Absolutely. That is
I lent it to a lady that was like this old goth, and she got mad at me. She came back and she slammed it on my counter and she said, I like gothic, but not totally satanic. And she was like mad.
Yeah, it's a very.
I was working at a video store, but I had lent her my personal copy because we were friends, and I was just like, weird. I was like, listen, that movie's crazy. You should have hung in there because halfway the movie totally flips. It becomes like pretty funny.
Yeah.
She's like, I can't.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. I used to back in the 80s. I was really, really into film, and I had several friends that were really into a lot of underground film and experimental film and all of that. And one of the guys that I was friends with used to really pride himself on finding some of the most weird, strange, bizarre, you name it. I mean, and stuff that was, some of it was quite disturbing. I mean, that was my first introduction to some of the Japanese animation that has, like these characters being raped and ripped apart by creatures, these like alien creatures that come, and it was very sexual. And
sounds like the Old Testament.
Yuratsuki Doji, I think is what it's the one.
Yeah, there's a term that they use for that type of movie, these animated films, but they're very triple X rated. I mean, they're just and very twisted, and I was just like, what the heck? I mean, what kind of, I don't even understand why people really get an enjoyment out of this. But again, this guy was just into finding the most bizarre, weird films. And of course, we were watching everything from Salo to, just strange, weird movies, a lot of them foreign, of course. And so, yeah, El Topo was one of them that we
watched. Is that the first one you saw of his?
Yes, that was the first one I saw. And I actually was kind of intrigued by it.
I might have seen that one when I was a kid with my stepdad and just gone like, okay. But when I was older, the first one I saw that totally drew me in was the one about the circus, Santa Sangre.
Well,
it was that one.
It was about 1988, and my friend Steve and a few other friends. I mean, this stuff you'd have to get on bootleg VHS. I remember El Topo. We got that. That was the first one we watched, and it was a bootleg print because the Playboy Channel had shown El Topo. We always called it El Topo. It's probably real. What is it really?
No, that's it, El Topo, because it's a top. A topo is a top.
Topo or topo?
Topo.
I thought it translated to the mole.
I believe a topo is a top.
Okay.
But what is mole in Spanish?
Mole? Why can't I think of this?
Because how often do you talk about moles in your life?
Never.
I don't know. I don't know. It could be I've been pronouncing something wrong all my life, because how do I know? I pronounce it like the way my friends pronounce it. But anyway, so we saw that, and it was right about that time. I think it was in the same video order from some bootlegger. We got that Japanese cartoon you're talking about, Yuratsuki Doji, with all the tentacles and everything. And then we got Holy Mountain, and yeah, it was all around 88, 89. Yeah. I mean, none of that stuff was out on official releases at the time.
So I just looked it up on Google, and I just put in the translation for mole, and it says El Topo.
I believe you.
I was trying to translate it on my little translator thing. It's like not doing it.
Yeah, and that's what I had always heard, is that it translated to the mole.
Yeah, I think I've heard that too. How do I know how to pronounce it? But anyway, yeah, I enjoyed all those movies. Except there was something else he got I didn't like.
Was it some movie that disappointed you because it wasn't weird, called like Tusk or something?
No, it was man, what was that? I can't look up on my phone because my phone is doing StreamYard.
No, hold on. Is it an old movie or a newer movie?
No, it was some movie that I just thought was it George Cukor or Kuchar?
No.
I don't know. There was some movie.
Wasn't there a Cukor director that directed like real movies back in the 40s and 50s.
Yeah, I don't know who this. Whatever it was, it'll come to me at some point, or I'll be reminded. But there was some lame stuff he got to. It was like.
While you're thinking of that, here's what I'm going to throw a really obscure horror movie at you. So, either one of you heard of a movie called Zombie Cult Massacre?
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I don't think so. No.
I mean, it's very, very low budget. Yeah, I said I went to school with the daughter of the star of the movie. He lived around where we didn't. His son was my brother's best friend. I was very good friends with the daughter, and but the closest thing he came to legitimacy was he was the DJ in Coal Miner's Daughter. So got him Robert Elkins, but yeah, I said that Zombie Cult Massacre. I said that's I wasn't expecting anybody to have heard of it, but
yeah, I just looked it up, Eric. It's a film that came out in 1988, right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Yeah, it's about a couple who is on a car trip but gets into an accident with a zombie, which gets them mixed up with a religious cult. Have you seen it, Eric?
Yeah, I have. It's been a while. And when my brother's friend, the guy's named Steve, I asked him about that, and he just looked at me and goes, "Dad wasn't real proud of that one." But because he knocked around for years. I think he was in a couple scenes in Homeland, and I said was in Coal Miner's Daughter, but this one, like I said, I guess no budget would be a more accurate term.
Okay, and I misspoke. It was 1998. 1998.
98?
Yep, that's what it says. 1998.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks so old and cheap that either one of them I would have believed either one.
I'm getting a pin.
Yeah, no, I've never seen that movie. Never heard of it.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. It was cool to say that I knew, the star of a movie, even if it was a low budget piece of schlock.
Yeah. So I see Kimberly is talking about the movie. Actually, it's the 2000 Maniacs film, which you have a poster of, Gratu. I've seen your poster.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 2000, not 10,000. Yeah.
Yeah. Because 10,000 Maniacs, of course, was the band.
And people say I look like that lady, that singer. I'm like, no, I don't.
Oh yeah, Natalie Merchant.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Isn't that her name?
Yeah. This guy told me I went to her house because I'm a plumber and I fixed her sink, and yes, you do. I was like, no, I don't.
Yeah, that was filmed in Florida. I have that on Blu-ray as well. There was a box set that came out with all of those films that those guys made.
Yeah, but what made me think of the Zombie Cult was I bought a bootleg VHS of it at a show one time, and that's Ken was talking about bootleg copies of movies, and I was bought Song of the South for a friend of mine's mother. But we have that. We have that movie as well. I mean, it's ridiculous that they. I know. It's just. It's sort of like Taylor Swift's popularity. It's just snowballed into something. That, I mean, it's now been repurposed as the most racist thing ever made, and it just really was. I agree. Like I said, what Eglinton says, he goes, "It's really just a boring movie with some good songs."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the guy that the video we got that was, you got El Topo and stuff, but then he got this. Yeah, his name is George Kukar. I think it was called Sins of the Fleshopoids or something. It's like it just seems very just kind of disgusting underground. Yeah, it's just garbage. It's I don't want to go into what it is because it would make me sound hateful.
I am beginning to fall apart on you, and I do have to work.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I think I should go lay down because I'm getting like a bad pain.
That's
back
cool. I'll
here
be up in a few
at
minutes.
the base of my neck.
Yeah, I need to go down and brush my teeth. I brushed my teeth in the basement.
I'm drunk on bad cake, and it's a weird feeling.
Well, yeah, we'll definitely we'll talk more about the subject, Eric, and you guys, Gratu and Cleo.
Yeah, these now Herschel Gordon Lewis, I met him. Let's see, I've seen it in the. It was
I've met him.
It was a weird story. I probably already told you the story, or maybe I didn't. George, no, it's Kuchar, but I guess that is kind of. I don't know. It was not a movie that appealed to me. It seemed very. It's like the cinematic equivalent, probably, of eating that horrible frog leg stuff. But,
yeah, I met Herschel at Monster Bash. He was there a few times.
But before he became famous again for his gore films, he became an expert in direct marketing. In other words, junk mail that gets sent to you, advertising stuff. And so he came to the university I was at, and he was giving a lecture on direct marketing and how to make money in it for the students in advertising, whatever. And but I saw his name, I knew who he was and what he used to do with the gore films. And so I talked to my friend Tom, and we've got this guy's coming to town. So he was an aspiring filmmaker, and he contacted him, and he was really interested, and my friend came from a family that had some money, and so he flew back from Florida and met with his family and had pictures taken. I had my picture taken with him somewhere. I think it's in a scrapbook. And then he stayed with the family and talked, and the idea was to do a parody of Faces of Death, but a comedy, like a Kentucky Fried Movie parody of Faces of Death. And Herschel Gordon Lewis was going to be the doctor that narrates it. And he was all excited about it. And my friend and I, we wrote a script over a summer, and then Alice Cooper came to town, and my friend was in the hotel lobby and said, "Hey, Alice, I'm going to be making a movie with Herschel Gordon Lewis." And he goes, "Herschel Gordon Lewis?" And he says, "Here, I want to talk to you." And so he had all these people, down, Alice Cooper, Rudy Ray Moore, a whole bunch of people that it could have been something amazing. And that script was under option to Roger Corman for a while. It never got made. I've got the script upstairs and some sketches. I just saw one earlier today. Then the movie was going to be called Herschel Gordon Lewis's Faces of Pain and Dismemberment. And then it changed into They Saved Elvis's Brain. And it was going to be pretty spectacular. It would have been like a Kentucky Fried Movie thing, but a gory version where there was the Elvis cult that had Elvis's brain, and there was a scene with Rambo had just come out, the second, the Rambo 2 First Blood Part 2, whatever. And there was a scene where Rambo is like machine gunning Roman soldiers, and he grabs Jesus down off the cross and is carrying Jesus, rescuing him with explosions going off. It would have been pretty effed up. But anyway, it would have had stop motion animation, all these people. It never got made. But a lot of my friend did. He had all these contacts. And he crammed them all into. He did a video for the Ramones when they covered the Who's Substitute, and he directed that, and he put just about everyone in Hollywood that was affiliate that he had befriended and that was kind of politically aligned with him. Everybody's in that movie that he loved, that was alive then in the movie, in that music video. All the people that would have been in that movie if it had ever been made, he's got Rudy Ray Moore in it. He befriended Lemmy from Motorhead out there, and it's got Lux Interior in it, and just keeps going. It's probably a little too crammed with celebrity cameos, or it's kind of obnoxious, like the way Rob Zombie likes to do it. Karen Black's in it, all these people.
Well, he was friends with that guy, so maybe he got it from him.
No, Tom wasn't friends with Rob Zombie. I think he thought he was an idiot.
Oh, but he liked his wife. He said that she was the nicest chick in Hollywood.
No.
He said her and Rose McGowan.
No.
I asked him because he hated everybody.
He liked his wife?
Yes.
No, I think he liked the girl that was in White Zombie, Sean, whatever.
Okay.
I might be mixing her up with that girl I used to date that she said that Rob Zombie, I would get along really well with Rob Zombie.
Right.
And then later she said, nah, Rob Zombie's become a jerk, but I really like the guitarist, whatever, Sean Yassault or whatever. I don't know. She said she's really the cool one. Rob's head has gotten too big, is what.
No, he told me he liked.
Well, then I believe you. But
and he said Rose McGowan, and he hated everybody
else.
else.
I remember him saying Rose McGowan was cool. Yeah.
So the next time we get together, we should bring some films to talk about.
Yeah, here's the thing. We kind of tend to be more omnivorous in our collecting taste, but I think, some people, they know certain things really well. I'm kind of, okay, so this Thursday night show, I was kind of wanting to do a Thursday night show, and some of the people are more comic book people, and I think they'd be, maybe thrown for a loop with a horror discussion, but I kind of like just to be able to talk with a bunch of friends about whatever we want to talk about. So I don't really want to say, let's do a horror movie stream and a comic book stream. I think maybe the people that don't know about a certain thing can just talk about what they want to talk about, or just, wait or maybe just listen and try to catch up. I don't know. I don't want to dummy the show down. I just want to, I don't know. It just seems like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I'd rather, am I even making any sense? I don't think I'm making any sense.
Go to sleep.
No,
yeah, I want to do just because I'm this guy in the chat, if he's even still there. Hold on. What are people saying here? What was the guy's name? The LB?
Horror Experience with LB.
I think I need to look at his channel and see if he does videos. Maybe he wouldn't be opposed to coming on. I'd love to be involved in a discussion, not just of horror movies, but monster collectibles. And if Dark Ride Dracula and his Andy and his girlfriend could come on, and if that would be great. Have you guys seen Wolf Cap? Low budget movie, came out maybe 5 to 10 years ago. So bad it's good.
I kept seeing Wolf Cap, and I'm thinking, what Wolf Cop? And I still haven't seen it, but
I can't read these tiny letters.
I read the same thing as you did. I read Wolf Cap first time.
Yeah, all I know is open show talk about whatever. That's what I think. Because I go on streams, and when people start talking about wrestling or football, I can't keep up with that. But they're friends. I'll let them talk about that. And then when it goes back to something I'm interested in, then love to come on. No computer though. Yeah, that's a problem. Well, this is well. If you got I'm just not on a computer right now. I'm on although technically there's a computer inside this phone, I assume, but I'm just on an iPhone right now.
That's what
So
I'm
you can
using.
get on through a smartphone. So I assume that means that you don't really have a YouTube show, although it sounds like the name of a show, The Horror Experience. Geeky Publisher. You guys are still on. Drop the link. Yeah, I think we're about to close out though. But if anyone gets up early, which is probably in a couple hours,
Oh man.
but I already promised Kevin at Gotham City that I would do it. So probably about 8:30 my time, and I may be sleeping during it, but if you ask a question and I don't respond, but he's going to be walking around a comic convention. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
I'm going to get up and do that. And
but yeah, whatever. It's your show. Whatever you want to do, I'm open to it.
Yeah.
But it would be fun to talk with you and Eric about film.
Yeah, I think it would be it.
Let me close the show out and say goodbye to everyone. But if you two guys could stick around for a couple of minutes after I close the stream, just
sure.
Yeah, all right. So goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. We'll end the stream. Oh my gosh, we had a lot of fun tonight. How do I end this? Oh,
see everyone. Thanks for joining
that
us.
cake was delicious. Wow.